Welcome back to the Luxus Crashing Adventures, where the stream just crashed, and unfortunately, so is my will to exist. Nonetheless, we are back. Apologies about that. For whatever reason, my outside, I guess, decided to blow up, and everything went to absolute smithereens. Hopefully that was the only accident we're gonna have. And as such, let us continue. While people join up, I'm just gonna keep persevering and see how that goes. We had a good run of 2 hours. And then the almighty British weather decided to make itself known. Unfortunate, but what can you do? What can you do? Okay. Oh man, come on, pipe down. Oop. It would be good if I actually knew how to play with Ichigo, but the thing is, my only experience was using him was very limited. I am back indeed. Listen, the British weather might hold me down temporarily, but it will never bring me down. I don't know, the Wi-Fi just crashed for whatever reason. My connection just dropped. And the thing is, usually OBS reconnects, but I think it just decided not to. And they just lied for you, unfortunately. There we go. I think we should be fine now, though. Listen, Angel, what you missed is the mysteries of life. And as such, you shall not discover them unless you go back to their archives. You're already level 74, unbelievable, Hakim. I'm only me a level 73 over here. This guy. No life. To be honest, what is actually the max level? Is it level 80? Because I think the highest I've seen was like level 77 or something. I wonder if somebody already reached the max one. I don't think it's physically possible even if you buy everything, but it would be interesting to see if somebody is that dedicated. Okay, let's go with this. Listen, Kakarot, just because you're correct doesn't mean you have to say it like that. Hi again, Liz. Hi again. Oh, that's actually probably the case, Hakim. That makes sense. I mean, to be honest, the bosses that we have now in Frenzy Feast are challenging enough. And if there's gonna be another difficulty, man, it just ain't gonna be fun. Oh, man. Loopy, son of a gun. Okay, let me retry that quickly. Well, such is life, Liz. Sometimes, you know, You can't have your cake and eat it too. Occasionally we do have a crash too. Hopefully the only one for the day. I don't know actually, Kagura, to be honest with you. I have no idea what that is. I've seen them before, but I don't know what they do. It might be some sort of buff, I guess, but I'm not 100%. Oh, man. Loopy, you son of a gun. Oh, is it a buff from a tower? Okay, that's good to know. Thanks for that, Hakim. Appreciate the input. Let's get the buffs going. That's not much of a breakfast now, is it, Liz? You gotta get yourself, you know, a nice proper breakfast. Get yourself some eggs. Maybe a couple sausages here and there. If you're gonna go full American, get some bacon. Or if you're me, just get 10 cups of tea in you. And that's your breakfast for the day. So far, not too bad. Man. Loopy, you son of a gun. I mean, to be honest, breakfast is a luxury, it's not a necessity. Who needs it? Listen, Hakim, that's what nutritionists want you to believe. It's all propaganda. Because who's to say that my breakfast is not at 6 p.m.? Okay. That's optional, Liz. That's optional. It always was, it always will be. Okay, you know what? I have a plan. I'm just gonna put my Byakuya stuff on my Yachiru. Hold up. I have a plan. Hold up, give me a second. Where was it? That is a fair point, Angel. That is a fair point. Mental health is merely a suggestion at that point. Okay, let me just take this, this, and this one. Let me slap them on Yachiru. There we go. Okay, that should be better. Kakarot is just trolling. I think Angel was mentioning it earlier that he lost his 50-50 unfortunately for an overlap. And Kakarot is clearly gloating as a man that lost the most 50-50s in existence. It's finally no on receiving end. Oh. Digla. Because this is going to be a testament to my skill. Oof. I mean, Greg does know stuff, Liz. It is indeed. That little man, you know, you can never tell what he's thinking or what he's doing. Like, I can't even see the trajectory of his attacks. Jesus Christ. I'll try one more time. If not, I'm just going to use my bankai to blast this son of a gun into oblivion. Is that enough? Oh. Actually, I probably can use Yoriichi for this. You know what? That's actually no. It's not a bad idea. Because Yoriichi can probably clear this way easier. Let me see. I don't really have a good stuff for her though. I didn't farm any like strike teams. Fine, Hakim, fine. Alright, I'll do it again. I like that we're doing some bootleg strats where I can literally just blast this thing into stratosphere if I use my Ichigo's ult once. But I like your way of thinking, Hakim. I like your way of thinking. Oh. I'm surprised that you're that dedicated to getting him, Angel, to be honest. I never knew you were a novelette enthusiast. Because you never mentioned him before, but fair enough. To be honest, couldn't blame you. Who doesn't want to have a power of, you know, a power washer on their side? when you can just press one button and blast half of Teat into oblivion. Or at least cleanse it of all its sins. Well, funny you mentioned that list, because we used to have that during summer. In Eastern Europe, we have the entire summer off. So it's 3 months, essentially. Hi there, Random. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. We're just doing a little bit of Trial Tower. I'm kind of doing some bootleg teams for now. Just to spice things up. Well, I mean, during winter we had, like, 2 weeks. You telling me you had 3 months off both for winter and the summer? So, essentially half a year off? Because if that is the case, Liz, I feel like I'm missing out. I mean, to be honest, Random, from the looks of it, you pretty much just use what you got, and at the beginning just use the lowest tiered characters, and just save your big hitters for later. Because it has, like, energy trials, so basically you can only do it so much in one day. So even if you don't clear it in one day, it's fine. You can clear it in a week at most. So it's all good. Listen, Liz, I don't know what kind of middle school you went to that you have half a year of, but that's not school, that's a resort. Which has, like, school attached to it. That's what they have in England as well. Because when I first came to England, I was in high school, they only had, like, holidays from, I think, mid-July to September. Which I always thought was a ripoff. Because I got too used to 3 months. And since I started not getting it, I was very upset. Well, to be honest, Random, as I said, you don't have to actually build them. I'm just using whatever, just for the sake of challenging myself. Every single character you basically can use for 2 floors, and 1 attempt refresh every 18 hours. So basically, you can just use the same team three times in a span of 1 week, and you'll be fine. I don't know how challenging the last few floors are, but as long as they're not that hard, I think you'll be alright. Well, Liz, you're a blessed individual, what can I say? Oof, that's gonna be a rough one. Have to wait and see how difficult that is. I mean, to be fair, Hakim, the rewards are not that crazy to justify grinding that hard. I feel like as long as you go as far as you can, that's kind of all you need. Everything else is whatever. No, I'm not gonna save it for Kenny, because I'm gonna use it for my proper slasher team later. Because I have Rangiku for my Gin, and I have Momo for Spirit Team, so I don't really need her. Go. Yeah, it would be a different story if the characters didn't refresh and you can only use them twice. Then that would be kind of challenging, but to be honest, it really doesn't matter what you use. Because you can just use your main teams and just gradually clear them. Because all it takes is, I think 3 weeks altogether, so you have plenty of time. Alright. Now, I think it's bold times with time. Bold man, you up for the job. And who else can we use? I'm gonna use Uru. So I'm gonna use Bold Man, Uru, and Inoue. I feel like that's gonna be a good one. It's time for the Bold Man to shine. Yes, Liz, you should build Momo. But not too much. Because all she needs is basically just to do damage. Not to damage, to buff you. She doesn't do much damage anyway. Okay. Random, you might as well go for B2 if you go already B1 Kenny, because B2 Kenny is pretty good. Because I would just go all the way at that point. Clearly, Universe wants you to get B2 Kenny, and you can't refuse it. Okay, let me just take this stuff off. And then let's take these off. Okay. I'm back in my Ichigo and Byakuya. Now, all I need is to take stuff from my Gin, put them on the Bold Man, and take the stuff from my Torsen and put it on Uru, and I think we will be cooking. Finally, the Bold Man gets his time to shine! Hi there, Arachnid. Hopefully doing well. Glad to see you. Okay. There we go. Okay. And then Stamp put his own. Actually, I'll probably much rather put this on him. Just give him a little bit extra damage. Yeah, that should work. Okay, now it's Bold Man's time to shine. Now this is a power team if I ever saw one. Listen, Random, sometimes a Bold Man has to have his time in the sun. Look at his fearsome presence. Unbelievable. Why didn't I build him sooner? I didn't, Hakim. I pre-made that thumbnail a long time ago. I wasn't even making it recently. It wasn't intentional. I just was looking for stills of images, because that's official art from the game. And Rangiku just so happened to have it. I don't know what to tell you. Congrats, Kronos. Very nice. Exactly, random. Don't get too blindsided by his brilliance, okay? I don't want you guys to get jealous and start building your Ikakus all the way, because if all of us build Ikakus, there's not gonna be enough Ikakus for other people to go around. And we gotta be considerate. Listen, Hakim, I know, no need to be jealous. We all jealous of Ikaku's prowess, but we gotta contain it. You know, we can't just show it. I'm sure Uru actually does more damage, to be honest with you. But you know what? Let's pretend he doesn't. Let's pretend he doesn't. Hi, the Malika, hopefully doing well. Glad to see you. You're just on time to witness the prowess of the strongest character in this game. So I hope you're taking notes. Like, look at this damage. Ooh, 31k. Jeez Louise. Now that's what I call power. Listen, Cross, you gotta understand, Hakim is the #1 hater of Kenny. The man doesn't respect him at all. So he can't be just throwing some of those big words around. Yeah, well, like it is. We're trying to, like, do the lower floors first. At least the first 3. We just from random characters, and then we'll start using our main lifting power, shall we say. I tried Kenny in the new event, briefly, and he was fun. I mean, I like his gameplay. I just think he's a little bit slow. Oof. Hakim coming out with heat. The man doesn't mumble his words. Says it how it is. No worries, Cronus. It was a pleasure seeing you as always, and catch you later. Have a good one. Okay. No, Justin, I haven't. We might give him a shot in the new trial event after we're done with this, just to see what the actual buff is, because I thought his buff mainly was his passives and his stamp cards, I believe. Probably just core, actually, now that I think about it. And there we go. Oh, did they change him that much? Okay, I wasn't privy to that. That's good to know. I mean, because I felt like they did Kenny a little bit dirty, and I'm glad that, you know, he got at least the treatment he deserves. I'm still not pulling though. I have a mission, and said mission involves getting Yama to B6. Ooh, look at those big numbers. God. Doesn't he just want to make you build a Kaku right here, right now? Is Ichigo actually getting a buff? I thought they buffed Ichigo already twice, didn't they? Is he getting another one? I mean, to be honest, I'm not gonna complain, but... I think his gameplay was just too awkward, to be honest. Before, because I thought it was fun, but it was a bit confusing. And he was on the slower side as well. I see, Hakim, I see. I mean, to be honest, I'm glad they're buffing the old characters as well, and not just buffing the new ones. Because that's giving me hope that the old units will always be, at the bare minimum, somewhat viable. Like, they're probably never gonna be as good as the newer ones, but at least it gives them a fighting chance to be usable, which is nice. Random, contain yourself. I know Ikaku is a magnificent individual that we all wish to only be like. But sometimes you gotta curb your enthusiasm. And you know, his randomness of not applying Bleach stacks is only adding to his immense character. Because if he was applying Bleach stacks as regularly as Tosano again, he would just be too good, clearly. Yeah, unfortunately the copyright has been a massive nightmare for this game, which has unfortunately made it so they weren't able to pose the characters they were intended to. And it's such a shame, because the game is so good, and just knowing that in the future we might not get hype units just because the copyright might just screw them over is a shame. Oh, Aizen buff, definitely. Aizen clearly needs another buff. Because, you know, his damage is not good enough. Buff his multipliers by at least 10 times. So he does at least half of the damage that Ikaku does. So he knows what the true power feels like. Oh, Kishka definitely needs a buff, because, you know, his buffs are not good enough. He needs to buff 2000% instead of, you know, 60. Because that's when the true power gets unleashed. I'm sorry to say this, guys, but it looks like Ikaku finally met his match. The health bar. You know, his ultimate enemy. Okay, this is not gonna work out. I don't think unfortunately my Ikaku's too strong for this stage, clearly. So he's not gonna be able to clear it. Well, that's okay. That's okay. We're gonna go back to inferior characters such as Gin and Tossen to clear it. I'm appalled even thinking about it. To replace my Lord and Savior, Bald Man himself? How could I do that? How could I possibly do that? Oh well, has to be done. We all have to make choices we're not proud of sometimes. And this is one of those times. Listen, random. I generally have no idea how to play Ikaku, and I refuse to learn. On principle. I refuse. Because if I do, I feel like I'm gonna be a lesser man. Because his power is too good. You know, his strength is too unfathomable. Us mere mortals are not ready to witness his full prowess. And as such, we shall not. Okay. Let's just clear it as is. Let's just go all the way. And do 6 floors with my main teams. And then do the other one. Okay, so Slash seems to be fine for every single floor. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So I need Slash for this one because I don't have Strike. Okay, so I can use Slash because I need it for both of those. I'm gonna use Thrust for these. Yeah, that should be fine. Thrust and then Spirit for the other ones. Okay, that should work. Okay. Listen, Hakim. I will put you in a place once and for all. My B6 Yamamoto will be ready. I will! You know that scene when Yamamoto was using his spiritual pressure on what's her name? Now, there's gonna be you and me, and you better guess which one is who. I'm just gonna take my almighty cane, and may Lord have mercy upon your poor soul. May Aizen be on your side that day, because I will not. Okay, yeah, let's just go with this. I'll just use my main teams, that's fine. I'll think about him, Alaku. Probably not, considering, I don't need him. My Ichigo is already fully built. If I didn't have built Ichigo, I might have considered it. But to be honest, it's like, there's legitimately zero reason for me to pull for him. Because Ichigo can clear everything for me that I need him to clear. And it's like, it just kind of feels like a waste of Spirit Jades, to be honest. And the thing is, I might try to save my corridor keys and all that for Nell as well, because I'm definitely pulling Nell. And, as I said, DPS is mostly, for me, personally, are not a requirement. They never will be. I'm more focusing on, like, tactical and support characters, because I feel like those will always have the longest lifespan. And it's always good to get them. Just so the more you have, the more options you have. Because DPS at the end of the day, they'll just do damage. And anybody can do damage. But with supports, you know, you're getting some buffing, some debuffing maybe. A little bit more versatility. Listen, Haki, what can I say? I am a man that plays by the rules if said rules are the ones I'm making. Otherwise, may the finest man win. To be honest, I don't even know if that would allow, like, copies in PvP. Because if they do, man, that's gonna be rough. It's not really that, to be honest, Malik, because Kenpachi is one of my favorite characters in anime. But the thing is, I just don't really want to spend, like, 15k Spirit Jades to get him. It just doesn't feel right, personally. No, not really, Liz. More like a very passionate enthusiast of fine things. But you can think of whichever way you want. Okay. Perhaps random, perhaps. We may never know. Well, he's just gonna be a pre-accessory for me then, Justin, because I'm not building him. First of all, I'm saving all my stamina pills for the new characters I actually care about. And second of all, the train has already sailed, you know? The boat has already went, and my enthusiasm for him has vanished. You see, that's a gambling addict type of mentality, Justin. I'm not falling for that. Hakim, if you pull for Kenny, I will. But I have to see the proof that you do it first. Because I'm not falling for it. Perhaps, Maliku, perhaps. I mean, I never been in an open ocean just because the ocean terrifies me. Did you see the stuff that lives in there? The giant squids? The Loch Ness monster? That may or may not be a sock that somebody put in the middle of a lake. You know, the Krakens, the Leviathans, the Tool who himself, I mean, come on. Yeah, Hakim, I saw your Jace, don't you lie to me, you have exactly the same amount as I do, this man. Oh. Listen guys, my luck is finite. I have to save it for the big units. If I pull for everything and everyone, it just ain't gonna work out. Hakim, I said it before and I say it again. I'm not a gambling man, I'm a saving man. I have a mission. To get B6 Yamamoto as a free-to-play. Okay? And that's exactly what I'm doing. Okay, there we go. That will do. Let's see, we'll go here. So for this one is Slash. Listen, random. It might take a while, but let me tell you, when it does happen, it will be glorious. About 20k. But I'm definitely not somebody there, Hakim. That would be crazy, because I go Ichigo there, and on free-to-play, that's even more of a dumb idea. Because at least if I did it on this one, I can justify it by, you know, buying more stuff later, but no on the free-to-play. On that one, I'm very picky about what I'm summoning. In fact, I'm waiting for Grimjaw on that one. Because I need my strike team. So... Well, Yamamoto will be a DPS. Do you really think Yamamoto will be a support? The only thing he would be able to support you is burning your house down. And getting you, you know, your insurance fraud claim going. That's the only support he will provide you with. And tactics? The only tactic he will give you is bury him in his graveyard. It's as tactical as it gets for him. The man is a pure menace. And as such, he will be DPS. I mean, maybe. To be honest, tactic for Yamamoto might work out, but I just feel like he is gonna be, you know, slash and dash type individual. Well, Hakeem, that's a multi I can rest easy with not getting. Don't you worry. Maybe, Malik, maybe, but it would be pretty funny. It would be pretty funny. Because, you know, support Yama will be the kind that you just press a button and he shows up and just pummels the enemy into the ground. And that's the support that he provides by giving you the victory screen. Now that I'm saying it, you know, might be worthwhile. Might be worthwhile. Probably, because, I mean, it makes the most sense for him to be the Spirit DPS. Like the next Spirit DPS, because he's all about, you know, being the ruler of Spirit Society. Like, I can see him being, you know, Slasher, but I feel like Spirit is just, you know, tailor-made for him. Because he's not really striking. Like, the only form that I can see him being a strike unit is if he, you know, when he fought Wonderwise and his Zanpakuto was sealed, so he had to go, you know, fisticuffs. But I doubt they're gonna do that version. And thrust is not really for him either, because he doesn't thrust anything. I know, Hakim, but that's the problem. It's like anybody can be slashed because everybody has a sword. Because strike technically can only be units that don't have a sword. And Sajin just makes sense because, you know, he's big, I guess. Random, you don't have to summon for anyone, to be honest, in this game. Like, this is the beautiful thing about this game, is that you can literally just go about your life not getting majority of the units. You don't have to. My mentality always has been is that you should only summon for characters that you want rather than need. Because the thing is, you don't need anyone. And if you think you do, you don't. You realistically don't. Because as long as you can clear all the, like, Frenzy Feast, you can clear all the, you know, story stuff, the raids you do decent damage, and you really don't care at that point. It's like, it's all about bigger numbers. And the thing is, I don't have a single dupe on any of my characters, except, you know, our Ball Lord and Savior, Mr. One Punch Man from Walmart, Ikaku Madarama himself. But other than that, I don't have anybody's dupes, so... And I still managed to clear everything, so... It's fine. And also, another thing is, like, as I said before, I would always prioritize supports and tactical units, personally. Because DPSs will come and go, and they will be very interchangeable. At the end of the day, they will be replaced. But with supports, they have much longer longevity, and you have much better chances of them actually being usable down the line. So if you invest in them, or hyper-invest rather, like if you go B4 Aizen, he's probably gonna be the best Spirit tactical unit for a hard minute. And even if he doesn't in the future, you still can use him in other teams. So that's why I feel like utility should be prioritized over the just raw damage. Well, Toshiro was a must get because we didn't have any Spirit characters. And I mean, Gin was a must have unless you wanted to play with a bald man. Like, to me personally, if you didn't get Gin, I mean, whew, that's a rough existence right there. Well, like, Kenpachi was the first unit where you didn't actually have to pull, I feel like. Before then, you kind of were strapped, because if you reroll for Ichigo, you know, you pretty much had to summon for the next 3 banners. But otherwise, you know, as long as we get the cycle of every single typing for every single role, like support, tactical, and DPS, the second cycle, like the second tactical unit, the second support unit, the second DPS unit, you kind of don't have to summon for them. And the thing is, you can make do with 4 stars as well. Like, for example, if you go Rangiku, you don't really have to summon for thrust support at that point. Because you're kind of fine. Alright. Let's use...
しょうがねえな。本気やね。ご迷惑でしょうか。
I don't know, random. I just feel like Gin is a must-have unless you want to experience suffering. If you are masochistic and you want to play with Ikaku instead, that is okay. I'm not judging. Trust me, I've been there, done that. But I just feel like Gin just makes your life so much more enjoyable and makes your experience so much more pleasant. That if you didn't pull for him, I just feel very sorry for you. Because Gin is so much fun and he's such a nice unit to have that I feel like his longevity is going to be much higher as well because of his impale, because of his like dots. He doesn't just purely rely on, you know, raw damage like Toshiro and Ichigo. So his lifespan is going to be way higher, I personally feel like. I think so as well. Like, my personal favorite team now is Torsen, Gin, and Kisuke. Because it's such a fun team, and the interchange between Torsen and Gin is just so clean. They just go so well together. I know I almost skipped him, Hakim, but that's the thing. I was wrong, and I admitted at the time that I was wrong, because originally I thought Gin wasn't as good as he is, and I just didn't feel like pulling for him. But then I seen, you know, the light at the end of the tunnel, and I realized my mistakes. And as such, I'm a changed man now. I'm a true believer. And to be honest, I was just trapped for Spirit Jades at the time. That was the main reason that I didn't pull for him. But then, you know, Gin came through like an absolute Chad in 50 pulls and, you know. No, random, I'm not. Because I have Ichigo. And Ichigo is good enough. You see, the difference between skipping Gin and skipping Genpachi is the fact that Ichigo exists. And Ichigo is already a really good slasher DPS. For Thrust, we didn't have a good DPS. As I said, unless you wanted to play with a bald man, you were really stuck for options. So that's the main difference. If there was somebody else before Gin, pulling for Gin wouldn't be as enticing. And that's just how it is. It's the same thing with Grimmjow. When Grimmjow comes out, unless you want to play with Yoruichi, Grimmjow is a must-have. You know? Because you don't know when the next Striker DPS is going to come out. So that's kind of the difference. Is having the option of somebody else. Because the more options you have, the more likely you to skip units. That's why I feel like in a year's time, you legitimately not gonna have to summon for anyone, because you most likely will have all your roles filled out, and then you can just summon like for whoever you want. It's basically gonna be a collector's type of endeavor at that point. Because as long as you can clear all the content, as long as you can get all the Spirit Jades and all the resources, you really don't care at that point. No, I'm pulling for Grimmjow. I said it before. Grimmjow is literally one of my favorite characters. I'm not gonna skip it. And I just really like his design. I think he's one of the cooler designer Spartas. I was excited to pull for him before Kenpachi because I thought he was gonna come afterwards. But unfortunately he didn't. And now I'm sad. It is what it is though. Well, you see, Hakim, it could be either blessing in disguise or they might change his typing and actually make somebody else a strike DPS, which might... To be honest, I don't really know why they didn't just make Kenpachi a strike DPS. Like, legitimately. Because I feel like that would have made so much more sense, and then make Grimmjow a new slasher DPS that would come out later. That just, to me personally, makes way more sense. All you had to do is just change all his slasher buffs into striker buffs. And it would actually kind of make sense for him to be a striker as well. Because like his ultimate is literally pummeling down the enemy. So I kind of feel like that was a missed opportunity, but maybe they had like finalized it already and they couldn't change it last minute. So I don't know. That's a good point, Marco. That is a good point. Okay. That's sorted. I think that was our last one, was it? Oh man, I used the wrong... I used the wrong team. 70%, man. Ooh, I used the wrong team. I was supposed to use... You know what, Gin might be able to pull it out for me. Let's see. I never do Hakim. I always wait a day. That's why I never summon on Fridays. I always summon on Saturdays because I feel like a day is enough to find out if the character is good or not. Let's see. What an entrance. Look, I never said he wasn't gonna get buffed. I was just saying I'm not gonna pull for him. Even if he did get buffed. But look, G, I'm just gonna say it as it is. Me and Hakim made an alliance of not pulling for Kenpachi. And I feel like at this point we're in it together. We're like death row inmates, you know, just teetering on the edge. I mean, I'm glad they buffed him. Like, look, I'm the first one to admit that Kenny wasn't that great at the beginning, and I was hoping he was gonna get buffed, just for the sake of people who actually pulling for him. Because even if I didn't pull for him, I just didn't really want you guys to get scammed off him. Because I saw some people, you know, getting B6 Kenpachi, B2 Kenpachi, and I was like, well, I just hope for your sake that he gets buffed, otherwise, man. That's not good. Very good, G. Very good. Whitey pull. Woo. Living the free-to-play life on the highest level. I see, I see. Even with 70% damage reduction, Gin just doesn't care. Gin just shows up, he's like, ah. Debuffs? What's that? I wonder if his dot damage bypasses actually the damage restriction. Because that would be kind of interesting. Hakim is like a snake oil seller, you know? Just opens his stall and he tells you whatever you want to hear. As long as you buy his snake oil. You want it to cure baldness? It will do that. You want it to cause baldness? It will do that as well. You want it to cause halfway baldness when, you know, you have that in-between phase where you're not sure if you should shave it off or not? It will do that too. Just tell him what you want and he'll find the remedy for you.
Bankai.
Like him always making deals, making moves. Man never stops. I don't remember him promising that, but if he does, well, count me in. Okay, there we go. Let's see what the last one is like. He's got a 71st charter rate in a little Amazon box, never to be seen again. A true Mogul unlike any Hakim. What a kind heart. Alright. I actually don't remember fighting Nontora before. This might be the first time. Unless I did, I just forgot. It doesn't really feel like there's 70% damage reduction on this, to be honest. Oof. I didn't even know there was a limit. Wait, hold up, was that real? Well, I mean, all you have to do is summon one time less than a million. And you get all your... Imagine summoning that much and not getting every single unit B6. That would be interesting. At that point, you might as well just get, you know, a victory screen and be like, you completed the game. Thank you very much. Okay, we completed this town. I don't go to the gym. I work out at home. Gee, I don't have time, unfortunately, for gym. I used to, but nowadays, I unfortunately don't have the patience for it. Okay. Kinda, G. It's not just that. It's mostly like I just don't have energy. You know, after like day of work, the last thing I want is to go to the gym. But I do go to like running and whatnot. I have like a park next to my place. I go there usually every either morning or evening, depending on how I feel, and I go for a run, which is pretty nice because you know it helps you clear out your thoughts and just makes it nice and relaxing. I put some headphones usually in and just go peruse across the neighborhood, if you will. I'm pretty sure Shaq can bench press me like a toddler, you know? The man probably gonna lift me and not even notice me. I didn't say I was Kakarot, I say I used to. Listen, Kakarot, in healthy body lives healthy mind. And in my mind, let me tell you, the last thing is that lives is health. Demons, more likely. Okay. Let's go with this. Let's go with this. And And let's put Kenpachi's. Yeah, that should work. And then let's do... Where's Yachiru? I'll just put random things because I don't think I actually need to do much for her. Just so I don't need to swap around later. Just put this. That's fine. Maybe. You never know, Kagura. I'm a mystery. You never know what my next move is gonna be because even I don't know. It's always a surprise. Okay. Let's try this out. Also, just like a side note, I noticed that every single of these floors has slasher typing. And I feel like there's gonna be a theme, so with every single new unit, depending on their typing, that typing is gonna pretty much permeate through the entire tower, which is interesting. Because I clearly want you to use them for every single floor. Liz, you're slacking off. Clearly, you're not at the top anymore. Your crown has been stolen. Your valor has been relinquished. And your pride has been forsaken. Are you gonna take this? And look, Hakim already reached level 13. He's closing up on you. He's beckoning for your title of the Supreme Leader. And I don't know. I might have to give it to him. Okay, let's use, for this. Look, Liz, I'm merely a spectator to your spectacle. I have no say in this. There is Kakura. Just look it up in, well, let me tell you. I can probably take a peek. It's in announcements. I probably should actually highlight it or something, so everybody's aware. Let me see what it was. It's exclamation mark top, basically. It's an announcement if you wanna take a look later. She is indeed Hakim. Your prowess is reaching the heavens themselves. And she's merely trying to deflect. I actually think you're number 3, Kagura, to be honest. So you are in top 3, you are a contender. I think what it would take is for you and Hakim to combine your 2 strength and challenge her to a duel. As only with your powers combined can you possibly unleash the true power. Wow, look at this woman. No shame at all. Flexing on everyone in sight. Oof. Liz has awakened her competitive spirit. Hakim, I would be careful. We unleashed the beast. Is it in Spanish? I think you can select the language at the top, to be honest. My way to be honest is a good question. I'm not one of those people that mind these things. You ask me a question, I'll answer it honestly. I think it's 85 kilograms, somewhere there. It's between 85 and 90. I used to be pretty big. Like at my peak, I used to be 100 when I used to like work out a lot and be like in really good shape. But then I kind of stopped and I slimmed down. So I lost about 10 kilograms of muscles. And yeah, right now I'm kind of in between 85 and 90. Just really depends on how much I eat, shall we say. Which I feel like it's a relatively ideal weight for me personally. Yeah, I'm 6'4", which is 195, I believe. Centimeters. So yeah, relatively tall, but you know, it's one of those things. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I'm not one of those people that keeps like track of my diets or anything like that. I try to eat healthy, but I'm not stressing about it too much. I used to like count my macros, ensure that I get a certain amount of protein, you know, avoid carbs, sugar, you know, all that good stuff. But lately I don't really mind that much, you know. I still try to be healthy. I don't drink soda. I don't eat really snacks that often. The only snack I eat is I literally have a bag of... Okay, this is actually real. So, in my kitchen, there's a cupboard filled to the brim with bags of peanuts. And I think I have about 20 packs of them. And it's like a pack of 400 grams of peanuts. And sometimes when I'm too lazy to cook, I just crack open that bad boy and just chow down. And that's my meal. Dry roasted, though. Dry roasted. Not just, you know, salted, because that's too much salt. Dry roasted. Nice, with a little bit of chili powder on there. Ooh. Now we talk. Gee, don't worry about the height. At the end of the day, it's all, you know, a bunch of rubbish. As long as you're comfortable in your own skin, that's all that matters. Ooh, Kakarot straight coming for the jugular. Well, the thing is, I get them usually in bulk. Like, the thing is, I usually shop very strategically. If I go to the shop, I buy things that are non-perishables in large quantities, just so I don't have to go to the shop again. And I just buy, like, Greek yogurt on a weekly basis, and stuff like milk, eggs, stuff like that. But other than that, actually, no, I don't buy milk and eggs because I have a farm in my vicinity, like about 20 miles away, and I get freshly delivered milk and eggs. I get like 2 dozen eggs a week, and I get a pint of milk, which is about like half a liter, somewhere there, a day. So I get my protein from there. She was indeed, Kakarot, she was indeed. I mean, to be honest, Kakarot doesn't play the game, so it's fair enough that he doesn't know. Because the only experience he has with this game is by watching me play it, and I don't use Orihima, so it's absolutely fair. I'm just using her to buff my boy Ichigo, you know? Ensure that he is nice and strong. No, not really, G. Like, for me personally, I just feel like personality is much more important. Because even if you look like a supermodel, if your personality is about as deep as a bottle, then it just doesn't matter really how attractive you are. Because at the end of the day, confidence is contagious and everybody's attracted to it. And as long as you're confident in your own shoes, you can change the way you look, you know. You can get a haircut, you know, you can get skincare routine, you know, you can try different type of clothes. Like, looks is very subjective as well. Because you can ask 100 people what they think about how somebody looks, and you're gonna get 100 different opinions. It just, you gotta find your own style, you gotta find what you're comfortable with, and then just, you know, try to go with that. Pretty much, Kagura, pretty much. Kinda G, kinda. I mean, the thing is, I have quite a few friends who are not, like, objectively speaking, not the most attractive individuals out there. You know, they're decent-looking blokes, but they're not, like, model type. And they're just comfortable with how they are, and they just exude confidence. And you want to be surrounded by people who are comfortable with themselves, and not people who, like, always, you know, insecure, always, you know, to themselves, jealous, stuff like that, because that's just not good. And, like, obviously romantic partner is a bit different, because everybody's into different things. But even then, I feel like personality is still the #1 factor. Like, obviously looks is a bonus, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. I don't know, G. I mean, there's plenty of people out there who don't care about these kinds of things. Like, obviously, it depends who you're looking for, but there's plenty of people who are just looking for somebody cool and interesting to hang out with, you know? And if you can be those things, that's half the battle. Hakim, I think you forgot the 0 at the end. The man is as ancient as time itself. He's been making deals since the genesis of universe. Well, the thing is, charisma kind of comes with confidence. Because confidence is like the groundworks for your personality necessarily, because, you know, if you are confident, you're most likely very charismatic anyway, and you're most likely very outgoing. You know, you're easy to talk to. And more times than not, I personally find that if somebody is an interesting individual to converse with, like if they know a lot of things, if they did a lot of things, that's kind of a really big factor for me personally as well, because if somebody can keep conversation flowing and just kind of relies on you to, you know, do so, that's not a really good factor. Especially in a romantic setting, because you kind of want to, you know, have a back and forth type situation. See if you know, you have similar interests, similar likes, what the person is like. Gee, if you're 17, you still have room to grow, to be honest. So I wouldn't worry. You might have a growth spurt unlike any and grow to 7 feet tall in the next year. You never know. You never know. That is actually a good point, Kagura, because I feel like if you're not confident in your body or your personality, in a lot of cases, actually working out boosts your confidence just by being comfortable with who you are, being comfortable with your own skin. Because in a lot of cases, insecurity stems from not liking the way you look, the way you feel, you know. And the easiest way to fix that is starting working out. That's like the best first step to take. Because even if you are a very shy, timid individual by nature, if you are physically fit, you're bound to be more confident in yourself. Don't worry, G. We have a resident middle schooler of in the chat occasionally. So don't worry about it. You know the youngest. Listen, Liz. Angel exists. Come on. In comparison to that little man, everybody's an ancient creature of time itself. Okay, that's sorted. Now, we can go with our main teams.
なんや珍しいね。僕に話しかけるやなんて。一気に型をつけさせてもらうぜ。
There we go. Back stuff on Ichigo. And the Takiyachu stuff. No, I didn't. Okay, that's fine. Show all the stuff there. Yeah, that's fine. Angel is, I believe 14 Hakim. I believe. It's hard to tell, to be honest. Okay. Okay, so I need thrust. Look, he's a little guy, but he mighty nonetheless. The amount of gacha games he plays, clearly he laid out the groundwork for success for himself. He'll outlive all of us. Okay, that's fine. I think that's a different issue altogether, G. To be honest, when I was a kid, it's funny that you mention it, because when I was a kid, a lot of like older people saw as a girl as well. And I don't know why. Because I never looked girlish either. But I never had like people my age assume that. Well, Hakeem, the more you know. The more you know. I mean, Kakarot, that's what growing up on the internet does to you. You learn things whether you like it or not. Well, when I was very small, like, we're talking like 4 or 5 years old. I wasn't talking like yesterday. I just walk into like farmer's market and some old lady be like, "Oh, lassie, can you help me out?" It's like, "Geez, Granny, can't you see I'm a bloke?" It didn't happen like that, but when I was very little, my mom told me apparently that I was mistaken sometimes for a girl. I don't know why, but I just took her word for it. She might have been messing around with me. I don't Kakarot, that's why I said. It's merely from the words of the woman that I trust the most. No, I didn't have long hair either. No. I've seen pictures of myself. I just look like a normal kid. I don't know where they came from. Well, gee, I don't know what to tell you. That's a different problem at that point. Oof. Okay, let's go with Aizen, Momo, and okay. I mean, she might have. I don't know. She was very serious when she said that, because it was during one of the Christmases. And as per tradition, she would bust out the family album and just show pictures. And one time, she showed me a picture of me wearing like a Pokemon onesie with like ice cream in hand and smile ear to ear. And she was like, "Oh yeah, remember when you were very little, there was some very nice older ladies that would sometimes come in and said, oh, how is your daughter doing?" And I was like, "Are you for real?" They're like, "Oh yeah, yeah, happened a few times." And I was like, "Well, I don't know, you tell me." Because last time I checked, I wasn't a woman. So I don't know how I was doing. Okay, are you going for Chris Angel style? Like, what's happening? Are you about to mind freak everyone? To be honest, I can't really grow facial hair either. I usually just shave it all, because it doesn't look good on me. I kind of look like I just came out of the nearest metro station after a good old session of downing a good old bottle of liquor. And just not a good look for me. 13. Wow. That's some strong genes right there. I mean, to be fair, geez, for some people, beards do suit them. So, it kind of depends on your facial structure. Because for me, personally, the beard just doesn't go well with me. Gee, are you sure there were 13? That would be my first question. You sure it wasn't just some very small individual masquerading as middle schoolers? Wow, that's impressive. I don't know, Liz. I tried to grow like some facial hair before, and I just don't really like how it makes me look. It makes my face look much bigger than I would like it to. Because the thing is, I have a little bit of a baby face going when I do shave, but the thing is, it is what it is. So I did try to get it going with a beard when I was like in high school or whatnot, but it just never worked out for me. It just never did, so I never bothered. Okay, there we go. That's a babyface kangaroo. Jeez Louise. I don't know what to tell you. No, G. I don't even do that much self-care routine. The only thing I do, really, is I wake up, I brush my teeth, I wash my face. Sometimes I comb my hair, but not all the time. Sometimes I just let it go, you know? Just like Elsa, just let it do its own thing. And, yeah, that's about it. And the thing is, I shave once a week as well. I shave every Friday on the clock after work. And I apply some like aftershave a little bit after that, and deodorant is as hard as I go usually. That's about it. I'm not into self-care routine, shall we say. Never had one, never will. I've never been to jazz clubs, but they always seem kind of nice. Because I never had one near me, to be honest. They're not really a thing over here. But I would like to visit one. Because it does sound nice. I do like a good like jazz tune occasionally. Because I'm not always in the mood to, you know, listen to like metal or rock or whatever. That's where the classy people go, Hakeem. I never went to like nightclubs myself personally. Never been to one. Well, first of all, because I don't drink. But second of all, I just don't really like loud music. And especially the kind of loud music that plays in clubs. It's not my thing, personally. I like nice quiet getaways. I like a nice meal, you know? Or, like, I don't mind concerts. I've been to a few, but more times than not, just not really my thing. I don't drink at all, G, to be honest. To me, alcohol just doesn't taste that great. Like, wine is fine. I don't mind, like, a glass of wine on a special occasion, but to be honest, alcohol is not really for me. I've never been a fan. Yeah, it's mostly just because it just feels too much for me, Kakarot. And I'm sure you're the same. It just doesn't feel fun. Even if I'm in the company of like people that I care about, I just still can't get into it. I'm not a party animal, unfortunately. Mocktails, the thing is, it's fine, they taste good, but you might as well just be drinking juice at that point. I had mocktails before, and it's like, it's fine, but I don't know. They just chuck loaded of sugar, to be honest, so by the time you finish one, you feel like you're in a sugar coma. And, I don't know. The kind of parties that I want to go to is tea parties, you know? You bust out a nice tea selection, and I'm in. Probably, Kagura, probably. But the thing is, I just don't care. Because the thing is, I never been the kind of individual that will get swayed by public opinion anyway. I never been, like, a sheep follower, to be honest. And more times than not, whenever there's copper dinner, I just refuse outright because I'm like, I might rather go home. I don't want to go anywhere. The only time I go is like Christmas dinners because it's kind of like, okay, well, I at least need to show my face. But other than that, I don't care. Perhaps, G, perhaps. I just like my peace and quiet, you know? No, the only thing I committed to is my gacha addiction. It's unyielding and never ending. I don't know, Hakim, I ask myself that question every day. Still don't know the answer, though. Last time I checked on my passport, it did say born in 2000, but you never know. They could be lying. Maybe G, maybe, I don't know. Those tricky documentations are a blight, shall we say. Never trusted them. Slowly pulling out the tinfoil hat. There was indeed, Kakura, there was indeed. I never proclaimed to be a sane man. Hakim, a party animal unlike any. This guy. Thing is, I don't really mind, like, quote-unquote parties. I just don't really like nightclubs. Too loud, too many drunk people. And it's like, it's just not my kind of atmosphere. Fair point, G, fair. I'm glad you got my back on that one, Liz. As a fellow octogenarian, I knew you would have it. No other way. Oh. I know, Hakim, but it's just like, it's not fun for me personally. Because first of all, I don't really like being surrounded by a bunch of strangers anyway, because it just doesn't make me feel comfortable. And second of all, I just don't want to, you know, be in an environment where I'm physically compromised to being puked upon, shall we say, as Kakarot kindly put it. You know, somebody bumping into me, or somebody spilling a drink on me. It just ain't my kind of fun. Don't think so, G. Don't think so. I don't, Kakura, I don't. Trust me. I'll take any and every opportunity to not go out. You kidding me? Liz just reliving her heydays of being a party animal. She was known as a menace on the streets. If there was a party, Liz was there. That is fair, Haki, but that's fair. I feel like as long as you're having fun, if that is your thing, you know, going to nightclubs, going to parties, there's nothing wrong with that. As long as you don't overdo it, because, you know, the last thing you want is waking up in an alley somewhere, butt naked, wondering how did you come to this point in your life, not remember where you are, who you are, why you're here. Which actually happened to one of my acquaintances, shall we say. He went to a party in a nightclub, and the next morning somebody found him passed out in an alleyway in just a pair of boxers. Smashed out of his mind. Just laying against the wall sleeping. And I was like, well, if that's not PSA for not getting drunk in an unfamiliar environment with nobody inside to help you, afterwards at least, I don't know what will. Family gathering could be fun, it just kind of depends who it is. Because if my uncle comes around, I usually visit my parents, but if it's like distant relatives, I never care enough. I never go. Elizabeth just being shy about her past. She tried to bury it deep beneath, but she can't hide it for too long. The party animal within her is gonna set loose one of these days. That's fair, Hakim, that's fair. As I said, as long as you're having fun, as long as you're not compromising yourself too much, as long as you're not getting, like, drunk to the point of blacking out, I feel like it's all fine. I mean, I heard, Hakim, trust me. You know, you mentioned Liz's name on the streets of Mexico City, and everybody's like, oof, huddling away in fear. Pretty much, Kagura, pretty much. I mean, to be honest, it's just, my uncle is like a really chill individual, and I always like admired him. And every time I visit to Japan, I stay at his place, so I don't pay anything for like accommodation, so I kind of feel like I'm obligated to. And my cousins on my uncle's side are relatively chill as well. They're very nice girls. They're older than me though, so they kind of, you know, treat me a little bit like a younger brother, which I don't stand for such disrespect. Like every time I come over, and they're much shorter than me, they always come give me a hug, and they just try to pat me on the head like I'm a little boy, and I'm like, I'm literally twice your height. What are you trying to do here? What are you trying to prove? Well, anyway, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, ancient creatures, Liz. As I said. Did I stutter? Oh. I know, Kagura, trust me, I know. Why do you think I'm trying to sweeten up the deal? Every time they visit, I take them on a nice, you know, tour around, dine them, you know, show them around, take them to a couple places, take them to some movies or whatnot. Sorry, G, did I miss something? I wasn't paying attention, to be honest. The way indeed, Hakim, the way indeed. With the sheer power will and the Liz 2.0 on their side. Oof. Oof. Kagura going all the way back to imperialism days. No, I don't bring gifts. The thing is, I buy gifts over there. The only thing I can bring technically is tea, but the problem is Japanese tea is so good that it's like, why would I? It's just inferior product in comparison. So basically the first day is I usually go and buy something stuff straight outside the airport and then just go straight to there. Oh. That wouldn't be a stream now, would it, Kagura? That's an obligatory halftime entertainment show, shall we say. It's like, you know, when you watch football, before every single big strike, like kickoff or something, you're always gonna have a commercial break. And our commercial break is slandering Liz. Pretty much, G, pretty much. I mean, I legitimately went to like a proper tea house in Japan, and the amount of teas they had was staggering. I think I tried about 120 different teas, and man, was my life fulfilled that day. And those were the dark times, Liz. Those are dark ages. We don't talk about them. It was different time, different place, different looks. No, G, I don't. I don't use social media, unfortunately. I use Discord, but that's about it. Well, they were in like a small, tiny, like sake glass. I wasn't talking like ginormous mugs. I wasn't just down in teas like nobody's business. It was like a tasting session, you know? And they would pair like different teas with different kind of like fruits or like dishes to go alongside it to like, you know, have a proper experience. And it was just wonderful. I don't use it, Kakarot. I made it a very, very long time ago, just because I felt like I needed to, but I haven't used it in years. I don't even use it for private stuff. Like I don't go scrolling there. In fact, I don't think I was. I never used it myself. I just uploaded a couple videos I was doing back in the day, and that was about it. Oof. Well, clearly you should, G. Clearly you should. Because Liz feels left out. Oh, GTA 10, woof. That's gonna be... that's gonna be a hard minute. Liz better be prepared for 200 years of slander. Never ending. Okay, let's do one more Swift Mob round. Now that we're done with Trial Tower, see if we can get higher score than we did last time. Liz, listen, Liz, I'm not involved. I'm just saying. Your odds are not looking great. GTA 6 was in the making for the past decade. I'm just saying. Let's go with this one. And let's go with this one. That's always good. How do you say Hakim does all his business, G? He always has. The man hustling everywhere. Hakim is the kind of man to have us his, you know, about page. Grind first, rest later. It is by description. I mean, at least $200 on a good day. And if you want gold limited edition, I mean, that's at least a cool 300. You better take out a mortgage if you want to buy it, Kakari, basically what I'm saying. Listen, Liz, it's okay. Don't worry. There will be plenty of slander going around for everybody else. That's actually pretty good. So let's go down. Wow, Hakim. You know what? Fair play to you, fair play. Maybe Kakarot, I don't know. I'm not a console man. The last console I had was PS2 in like 2010. Liz, come on. Don't cry. It's okay. That's not for me to decide, Liz. That's not for me to decide. I just was never a console man, to be honest. I had a PC since I was like 6 years old, ever since my uncle got me one as a Christmas present. And I just never was into consoles because of that. Because I always had, you know, games that I played outside of it. And just never needed to. And the only thing why I had PS2 to begin with is because I wanted to play like God of War. And that was legitimately it. But otherwise, I'm not that bothered. Also, I just don't really like controllers. The keyboard and mouse is, you know, the thing that made for my old hands. I'm too used to them. You see, even Hakim tells you that the first place is for you, Liz. Gee, all you have to do is ask Hakim for some side hustles and he'll hook you up. By the time he's done with you, you're gonna be a business mogul unlike any. Okay, let's go with this one. Liz, that was the most octogenarian thing you could have said. But that was sweet nonetheless. It reminded me of like, whenever I was a kid and I would hang out with my friends, and my grandma would overhear our conversations, and she would try to fit in. And she would say stuff like that. And I was like, Grandma, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. You like show up with a plate of like cookies and be like, "How are you doing there, kids? Would you like some cookies? Are you winning over there?" And we'd be like, "Yes, Grandma, we're winning indeed." True hustler mentality. Gee, you gotta enroll Hustles University 2.0. Haki made it himself. The success rate, 110%. The 10% extra is just on the house. That's how good Hakim's services are. He goes beyond. Okay, let's go with this one. I mean, Liz, I'm the same, to be honest. Sometimes when I read the previous Discord message between like conversations of Greg and Star, I question my own sanity because I'm like, are we even speaking the same language? Because I don't think so. And if we are, man, am I lost? Let's go with that one. Gee, which country did British not get is a better question. Come on. Let's go with this one. Okay, so we got all the stuff, which is good. Fortunately, nothing too exciting there. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. Let's go with that one. I mean, Liz 1/8 more than I do. Trust me. Hakim is playing GeoGuessr in real life. Trying to pinpoint location of people. Gotta ask them what foliage they go, Hakim. That's how you get them. Since today, G, apparently. Hakim moved them all the way to Southeast Asia. Let's see how far we can climb now. Now that we got all the buffs, hopefully we can climb pretty far. Look, Kakarot, don't judge the man. Geography is hard. To be honest, when I was a kid, I didn't even know what CA stood for until somebody told me they were Southeast Asia. I was like 10 at the time, but still. It's alright, Hakim. Don't worry about it. I made dumber statements before. Don't sweat it. It's alright. I mean, to be honest, unless somebody tells you, Gagoro, you kind of don't know. Because the only experience I had was C and CA, in the abbreviation, was in games. And I was like, oh, I'm not sure what that is, but it's people in the eastern part of the world. Well, you see, Hakim, you and Kakarot are on the same page. That's fair enough. As I said, Hakim, it's not one of those things that, like, immediately obvious. Unless somebody tells you, you have no way to knowing that. Yeah, because Asia is massive. And I mean, Kakarot is technically part of Asia, and, you know, he's way, way above places like, you know, South Korea or Japan. So, Asia is huge. Look at this scene. I mean, look, Hakim, easy misunderstanding to make. That's fair enough. Oh. I believe so, yeah, Kagura, I believe. Because it's like... Because I believe South just starts from like... I believe Thailand all the way to... Would Taiwan? Probably all the way up to Taiwan, I believe. And then there's northern part, and obviously Kakarot is part of the Western Asia. And I guess there's a central one in like China and whatnot. It's all very messy. I mean, I wouldn't think so either, Hakim, but you never know. You never know. Yeah, that is fair, Kagura, that is fair. Kagura's giving us geography lesson. Fair enough. Nepal? Is that your country, G? Oh. Actually, I didn't know CA was Malaysia and Singapore. Interesting. Because I knew Thailand was part of it, but other than that, I wasn't sure. Well, yeah, because it's right next to you, and you can say part of Asia. The borders are very messy. I like how we're all getting educated at the same time. I mean, it do be like that, G. It do be like that. The good old Brits went out there to venture into the world and conquer half the world while they were at it. Just how it is. Look, whenever there's good tea to be had, that's where I am. I assume Thailand is probably in Southeast, because I believe it's part of it, but I could be wrong. Spices, yeah. I never had tea from there, but I'll take your word for it. You got some nice green tea? Because that's my, you know, that's my forte, shall we say. Well, it's a small country, Kagura. It's not massive. I mean, to be honest, G, knowing 2 languages is already impressive enough. It's like... Because I'm pretty sure everybody in chat is multilinguistic anyway. So even knowing more than your home language is already good enough. Because somebody that knows 3, let me tell you, learning a language ain't easy. And sometimes your mind just get jumbled up with thoughts in the one language and then you try to speak in another. Ooh. Rough time. Oh, interesting, Gagura. Interesting. Didn't know that. I mean, Liz, that's probably better than sending me an email, let me tell you. You have a much higher likelihood of success. I can speak Russian, Ukrainian, and English. And also gamer. So I guess 4. And the last one being the most important, obviously. Exactly, it's the most important language of them all. Wow, Kagura, come on. And who's the Rainbow Pepe enthusiast now, huh? This guy. Hi there, kind. Glad to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. That's unfortunate, G. There we go. Yeah, that was a bit too close to comfort. Fair, G, fair. I mean, as long as you don't get on the, you know, bad side of Kagura and feel like the call centers will avoid you. Because Kagura runs them all. He knows the context. Or the right time kind, depending on how you look at it. Some may say the best time. I have indeed, Kakarot. You have been summoned, and your services are required.
Bankai. Kamishini no yari. Kamishini no yari.
Well, Liz, that's just life for you. Unfortunately, some people think that they're more entitled than you are, because you were even born there. Absolutely, Kakarot. Is 6'9", in that order. It's a very elaborate credit card. I know you've probably never seen him before. It only has 4 digits to begin with. Very special made. Why would they ask you for a pick? You know in Disneyland, you're not Mickey Mouse. What? I never had just a random stranger walk up to me and be like, "Oh, can I take a picture with you?" That's kind of random. Kakarot, I'm sorry. Last time, my bank just called me up and they were like, "Mr. Lux, your credit card had to be cancelled because some nice gentleman from India tried to, say that he was you, and we decided to freeze it and terminate your account." And I was like, man, okay, I have to start a new one. And so I did. And so I did. Probably. Yeah, you see that's a bit strange. You don't just ask random strangers for a picture. That's been uncloth. Man, doing some decent damage over here. Golly. Fair enough, Liz, fair enough. I mean, I never heard somebody, just random strangers asking for pics. You weren't the first one to tell me that, kind. In fact, it wasn't even the intention behind it. I was just making a thumbnail. I didn't even think about it. You see, my mind doesn't work that way. I know, Kagura, crazy. Yeah, this is gonna be a tight one. And why would that be, kind? What did I do? Oh man, so close. Here's what it is. It was 12 million Kakarot. It wasn't 1.2. And those were my own blood, sweat, and tears characters, you heathen. How dare you assume they would be true? Unbelievable, this man. Well, you see, he doesn't believe in me. This absolute heathen thinks that I would stoop so low as to use trial characters. Unbelievable. Okay, I think we actually got a decent piece while we were farming stamps earlier, so let's try to roll that. See if we can get something good. This one. Which actually is pretty decent looking. If I can get everything, either alignment damage or crit damage, that would be nice. They not, Kakarot, they not. You can't even use trial characters. I wish you could. Do you think I would only be able to do stage 19 if there were trial characters? Unbelievable. I'll be already at floor 100 at the bare minimum. Alright, let's see if we can get some good stuff going. Because I do need a decent piece, because I think my Gins one right now is not the best. Like, alignment damage he does really want, and like, this is okay, but it could be better. Yeah, if you want, G, I can do a test run. Crit rate? Okay. 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 Hold up. We might be cooking. Hold up. 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 Let's go. Let's go. Triple crit rate roll. That's what I love to see. On the crit damage piece. Got it. Yes. Yes. Finally. Some good luck. Let's go. This is a new piece for my boy. This is a new piece for my boy. My boy's looking mighty nice today. Listen, guys. All you had to do is believe in me. Because when you believe in me, I believe in you. And what is our powers combined? Oh, let's take a peek at stats now. I need more crit rate though. The main problem is my other two pieces don't have any crit rate. So that's why it's so low. I have one on here, but I need crit rate on here. And then we'll be cooking. But this is looking mighty nice. And you know what I'm gonna do now? Instead of this piece, I'm putting this piece on. And that will make my Tossen 47. Okay, that works much better for him. Oh. Some good stuff. Some good stuff. No, I haven't, Kagura. I haven't.
正義は殺戮に過ぎない。
僕の真相
Well, the thing is, it's not 28 because Gin gets, you know, crit rate from here. So he gets 30% from here. So realistically speaking, it's 58.
どのくらいの
But I do need a bit
知って
more.
る
I do need a bit more. Because he doesn't really get anything from here, I don't think.
なんや珍しいね
But that crit damage
僕に
kind
話
of
しかける
popping
やなん
off.
て
Okay, I'll do it now.
純粋なものは
And now what I can actually do
喋っちゃいなって
is put this. I'm probably still gonna keep this piece just for Angiko later, because this will be fine for her. But for now, my Tosin, because Tosin doesn't get any crit rate, so for him crit rate is a bit more important, because his like stats give him literally nothing, so he wants that crit rate,
正義は殺戮に
and
過
that would
ぎ
be
ない。
nice. Alright,
なんや
fine, I'll
珍しいね
6-star
僕に
golly.
話しかけるやなんて
I was. Okay, hold up. Before we do that, let me show you what my damage is right now, since you asked. I'm gonna let it rip, and I do about, I want to say 80 million, give or take. I let it run on auto because usually I do it manually, but since it's not actual file, just let you see what it usually kind of looks like. Like my highest I think was 88 million. No, Aizen doesn't work for this team. Trust me, Tosin works much better. I tested both, and Tosin does way more damage. Because he gives my Gin thrust resistance of like 36%, and my Gin just pops off. Aizen doesn't work for this. I'm telling you guys, just trust me. Tosin does way more. Look, I tested them both together, and Tosin doesn't take that much field time, so Gin gets way more field time than with Aizen, and that's how he does way more damage. And Tosin pulls his own weight with debuffs, because Gin does more damage depending on how many debuffs are stacked. So if you don't have Tosin, you're not gonna get those debuffs going. Yeah, but Hakim, your Aizen is B4, that's a difference. I'm talking B0. At B0, Tosin is better. I don't alter them, but I'm just saying, from like personal experience, Tosin works way better with this team. Look guys, I'm just telling you, I'm a Tosin believer and you should be as well. Because look, he does really good damage. Like, he's on par with my gear. And that's not taking it, like, we'll take a look at the final figures. I'll run it back with Aizen, just to show you the difference. But I just found out the Gin pops off way better with Tosin. Because of the thrust resistance, because of bleeds, and also Tosin applies Impale much better. Because it counts from how many attacks you do, and he just goes off. Look, I'm just saying from my experience. I'm not saying it's, you know, gospel, but from personal experience, Tosin just pops off. Because mine is relatively well built. Like, he's not crazy, but he's good. Well, that was a bit unfortunate. Okay, so just imagine my Kisuke didn't die. I probably would do about 100 mil. But just for the sake of, you know, finishing this, let's see how it goes. I was running on auto. What do you want me to do, Haki? You just have to run away, Liz. If I was doing this manually, I would have run away, but just for the sake of comparison. Because, like, obviously user error input would be a big factor for running this manually. To be honest, this boss fight is not that hard. Like, as long as you do it manually, because it is a bit wonky on auto, because sometimes you get swallowed, sometimes not. But for the most part, it's pretty straightforward. It do be happening sometimes. Okay, so let's see the damage. So Torsen did 1/3 of the damage. Mostly was his technique and, you know, ultimate. Alignment damage didn't really play a big part of his, because he's not really focused on alignment, but Gin is like full alignment. And the thing is, he stacks up his impales and all that, so just keep this in mind. We'll run it back with Aizen now and see what the difference is. It's a warm-esque. I'll run Aizen manually just to have a fair comparison, because I know that auto Aizen is rubbish. Like, everybody knows that, but manual Aizen. Well, let's see. Now, granted, you gotta keep in mind that my Kisuke died, so if Kisuke didn't die, we probably would have done about 100. But, just for the sake of comparison, let's do this. Okay, hold up, let me switch this off. Nope, hold up. I know, I'll take that into account. There we go. Defense shred. Okay, there we go. Do Aizen's ult. Well, kind of, because he's a big boy. What can you do?
それで終わり神死にの槍無刀連人危ない危ない遅くなっちゃってバイバイ紅姫それだけのことだそれで終わり波動の球児黒羊君には無駄ですよ
I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Aizen more than anyone, but like, I'm just saying, there's something about Thompson.
神死にの槍無刀連人
So that's how you dodge your list, you basically just run away. And the way you know when he is gonna E you is basically he goes on his back feet and just kinda crawls towards you. So you get about 3 seconds of leeway to predict it, essentially.
神死にの槍無刀連人 bankai 神死にの槍
There we go.
力というのはこういうものを言うのだ
Alright.
それで終わり君には
神死にの槍無刀連人
それだけのことだ
バイバイ
それで終わり君には
Ooh, come on.
神死にの槍無刀連人
No worries, Liz. Take your time, take your time.
砕けろ強化水月それで終わりか遅い波動の球児黒羊君には
無駄ですよ紅姫無駄ですよ
Okay.
爆動のよ神死にの槍無刀連人
これからは私が天に立つそれで終わりださようなら
なっちゃってすいません行く紅姫神神
Oh, man.
死にの槍
Gonna mess one up a little bit, but
bankai 神死にの槍
それだけのことだそれで終わり波動の球児黒羊君には
無駄ですよ紅姫の91
okay.
爆動のよ神死にの槍無刀連人
砕けろ強化水月残念だ
バイバイ
遅い波動の球児黒羊
Okay. So, Aizen does about the same damage as Torsen, and granted he's off, off element, but as you can see, Gin does way less damage because Torsen provides him more damage leeway. So, like, singular character-wise, Aizen is obviously better. Like, there's no really comparison. But as a supportive unit, Torsen allows Gin to do way more. So, I'm just saying, that's why I feel like Gin works better with Torsen. Just off the rip. Because he just gives him more damage opportunities. Like, if you take a singular unit, Aizen is a GOAT. I'm never gonna argue with that. But unfortunately, in the team setting, they're just not the same. And keep in mind, Alkiske died at like 1 minute mark, so we would have gotten more damage as well. That's why I feel like if Spirit was... Like, it would have been much better to test if Spirit was in effect, like Spirit and Thrust, because then you have a direct comparison. But... Well, I try to build my characters to the best of my ability, you know. I wouldn't say my builds are like the best, But, you know, my Aizen is decent. My Ichigo probably the best build because he got like 100% crit rate, so he crits all the time. My Toshiro is pretty good. Like, I try to build my characters as much as I can, but, you know. Just give it a shot. I'm not saying that he's gonna do more damage, but it's a good comparison to have if you wanna, you know, just test it out. And the thing is, I just feel like Torsen into Gin, like switch up, is actually really smooth as well. Because they just have a really good mechanic with each other, where, you know, you just go with Gin, you know, you pop off his technique, you go with Torsen's battle skill, you go with his E, you pop the ultimate, you go with his battle skill again, you get double, you know, resistance shred, you go with his ultimate again, E, by that time you go back to Kisuke, you know, refresh your buffs, and Gin's, you know, technique is a refresh, and then you just run it back. It's just really smooth combo, I feel like. Aizen's one as well, but, you know, it's less so. Okay. Let's try this again. See if we can get one more good piece. And my tosser is not even really that well built, to be fair with you. Like, I don't have dupes on him or anything, but he's doing alright. I feel like Torsen is a pretty big sleeper character that not a lot of people appreciate, but I always liked him. I always thought he was a really good unit, especially for a standard banner character. Like, him and Kisuke are the GOATs. Everybody else, you know, Sajin is kind of like a sleeper GOAT if you go him B1, because, you know, he can do some good stuff, but otherwise it's just those two. Kisuke obviously being the king, but Torsen not too far off. He can do some good stuff. His gameplay just feels really fluid as well, which I appreciate. Okay, let's see. Did we get anything good? Hopefully. Maybe. Perhaps. Let's see. Slash damage. Ooh, man. If this was like crit rate, crit damage, this would have been a really good piece. Whatever. Nothing too exciting, unfortunately. That is pretty good. That is pretty good. If I were you, Hakim, I would go for his weapon, to be honest. I don't know why you go for Kisuke's, because let me show you this. So, can I actually see from here? No, it doesn't show. And let's go to here, because I think you can see it here. Yeah, so you see this? The only thing that increases for Kisuke is his special attack damage. So his own attack. So he legitimately gets nothing from this. Like, the only thing that inflates is your battle power number, but it's like, I don't know what to tell you. Kine, what are you looking for, huh? What are you looking for? You tell me, what are you looking for? I don't know. Are you sure? Because I thought that this was his own. Because I thought there was his, like, you know, slashes that he gets his ultimate charge with. Because it doesn't say increase for teammates. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty certain it's for him. Meanwhile, for Torsen, he gets a little buff of 100% for his ultimate. It goes from 2,400 to 4,800. No, I know that, Hakim, but I don't know if that's a buff for himself or for your teammates. If it's for teammates, that's fine. But I thought it was his own. Because it's kind of hard to tell. It doesn't really specify. Let me see. Maybe it says in his kit somewhere? Hold up. Because I'm pretty sure it's his own. It's the same with his, like, first boundary. 10% extra slash damage. I assume it's for himself. Right? Or is it for the team? Because it doesn't say that it's for the team. I always thought that that weapon in this first boundary is for himself. Because otherwise it would say it's for the team, right? I'd assume. Yeah, because he... Well, actually, it does say Urahara's here, so it's kind of hard to tell. I'm not sure. It's basically the outcome. Also, Kine, just for you. Just for you. There you go. I hope you're happy now. I hope your wildest dreams and fantasies got fulfilled right here, right now. Is this what you were waiting for? Well, have ball. I don't know, Hakim. That's the thing. It's not clear. And there's no way to test it either. Because it's not like you can have Boundary 1 and Boundary 5 and see how much damage your Ichigo does. It's actually might be worthwhile, like, digging into and see if some people found out. Because I'm sure there's some dedicated people out there who actually did all the testing and, like, figured out what they do. Ooh, we got two. I'm actually really lucky on these two because let me show you. Let me show you. So, on my bonds, now, I'm missing only two. So I pretty much got all the bonds except the big one, which is the Frenzy Feast and this one. I'm telling you, G, sometimes you gotta believe this, old man. I might not know what I'm talking about 99% of the time, but that 1%, trust me. So yeah, we're kind of cooking with this. As long as I get this Yachiru one, I will be pretty good. But yeah, I don't know how your bonds situation is looking, guys, but for me it's looking mighty fine, mighty fine. Well, yeah, but it's still, you know, it still buffs your Gin's damage, G. You gotta keep that in mind. All right. I'm gonna deploy these two. That is fair, Hakim. I mean, to be fair, they are the only two that are worthwhile getting duped out weapons for anyway, so sooner or later you're gonna have them maxed out one way or another. So it doesn't really matter which one you start with, because you're gonna use them both. And arguably you're gonna use Kisuke more than you're gonna use Tosin, so it is what it is. Look, there were many people that mentioned the thumbnail today. I wasn't even thinking about it from that perspective. I was just making a thumbnail and I was like, oh, this is a cool image. I wasn't even, you know, deliberating. I wasn't trying to bait anyone. It was just, you know, sometimes you find an image that looks good and I'm like, oh, that looks pretty good. That's about it. That's all the thinking I'm doing. Okay. Let's do the guild challenge. Let's do that, and then we'll jump into Frenzy Feast. See how much damage we can do there. Look, I'm not thinking about those things. I'm just making thumbnails, whatever pops into my mind. That's an official image, actually, from the game. I wasn't the one to make it. It's a still from the game, so I'm just saying.
ちゃってすいません。不動の91戦時後天大砲
You already had Yorichi.
いな
鈴虫追式天魔私の正義の
Kine,
全てをかけて
I don't know what to tell you. I'm a pure man with pure intentions.
行くで
神死にの槍無刀連陣
遅くなっちゃって紅姫紅姫行くで
神死にの槍無刀連陣私の正義の全てをかけて
不動の91戦時後天大砲爆動の4いな行くで
神死にの槍無刀連陣
Oh, I didn't actually know that. That's actually good info. Because I thought you can't restart it.
挽回神死にの槍私の正義の全てをかけて挽回鈴虫追式
I do have a bit of a scuff run on this one, but you know what? It's fine.
正義の全てをかけて鈴虫錦紅彦
Because we're gonna beat the boss anyway later.
遅くなっちゃってすいません紅姫紅姫不動の91戦時後天大砲
Listen, Kine. It's fine, Hakeem. I'll do it in my own time. That's a good tip. Thank you for that. To be honest, yesterday I did like 50 million on this one. And now I feel a little bit inadequate. Let's peep the ranking. I'm a mighty 27th. And the top 3 individuals have 5 times my damage. That's how you know. Jesus Christ, 17,900. Wow. Like, these 3 lads in my guild, they doing all the heavy lifting. Well, actually, the top 10, really. They're putting the work. Putting the work. Okay. Alright, Kine, I'll think about it. Jeez Louise, this guy. Let's see if we can scour some decent guildmates, because I have 3 spaces. Let's see if there's anybody who was like B6 Aizen lurking around. You know? Get more potential employees, shall we say, that will do my bidding. Well, Hakeem, you know the first, and that's not what I like to hear. You need to be the first. Well, to be fair, the first 3 guys I have, they all have B6 units, so, you know. Well, what can I say, Hakeem? I got some good people. I think this gentleman right here is my biggest whale enthusiast. He got every single limited character B6. I think TP got him as well, but I'm not sure. He's like my main man. He's the one that does all the heavy lifting in our guild. And he was here since like, he's been here for a while. Like, contribution-wise, I think he's also number 1. Let me check. No, he's not, but it's close to it. Actually, no, hold up. TP didn't join that far. I was thinking of Culture. Because he was here since day 1. And he's pulling, like, consistent big numbers. I think he's top, like, 5, I believe. No, he's 3rd, yeah. That's what I was thinking. These 2 gentlemen are relatively new. I told them not to do it, because, like, we already maxed out. They just that dedicated. I told them not to do it, because we already have literally maxed out the entire thing, but there's nothing else climbing. But you know what? That's just how it is. I don't know what to say. Because originally they were contributing J so we can rank up faster. We can get all the, like, slots and whatnot, but now it's kind of pointless because you don't get anything from it. It is 1 billion, G. It is 1 billion. Usually the top 5 people in my... No, actually, top 3 in my guild do over 1 billion. Yeah. I haven't, but I probably will because I do like the image. I'm a sucker for cosmetics, and, you know. The only one I skipped was that corn title because I thought it was ugly. I didn't like it at all. I was like, not my thing. But I bought every other one because I thought it was pretty nice. Where was it? Yeah, this one. I think it looked pretty cool. So I might get it. And to be fair, the price is not that bad. It's like 4 quid for, you know, 5 pulls. It's decent enough. I got the Gins one, though. The Gins one was pretty nice. Okay, let's claim that. G, don't worry about it. Yeah, Hakim, but how many have you got? To be honest, it's mostly from like Battle Pass and Monthly Card and those little packs. I don't buy anything else. Like those little every 3 weeks or so packs. I go all of them except the corn one. Listen, Hakim, you know the one to talk. You know the one to talk. Okay, let's do Frenzy Feast. Ooh, there's gonna be a time for my Ichigo to shine. This is gonna be a direct comparison. Can I clear this event without the big old Kenpachi? Is my Ichigo good enough? Man, there's also Strike. When will I just let go of Strike? Who needs Strike? Nobody. Nobody. Fine. Let's do Ichigo. What do you mean a lost case, kind? I'm supporting the game, supporting the economy, you know? And investing in fun. I pay like $20 a month, maybe. You know, it's not that outrageous. Compared to Hakim's, you know, cool 300. Unbelievable. This man shames me for 5k. How the tables have turned. To be honest, at the end of the day, you know, I feel like this game is really good. And obviously, supporting I feel like is worthwhile. Because this is one of the few rare cases where the game devs actually seem to care about the well-being of the game. And, you know, they try their best to make it as good of a game as it possibly can. Even though they get screwed over by copyright and all that, they're still, you know, doing their best. And I feel like because of that, I'm more inclined to support games like these. Because in the majority of games, I'm free to play just out of principle. Because a lot of them are way too greedy for my liking. But this is like one of the first games in a hot minute that I actually invested in, shall we say. Okay, let's do this. Start with my Byakuya. Exactly, Hakim, exactly. There we go. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you can find Hakim lurking in there occasionally. Okay, that's good enough. And then let's do this one. Also, I think Liz passed out. I haven't seen her in a minute. The amount of slander the woman endured and just passing out, unbelievable. There we go. No. The urge haven't quite appeared yet. Why? Are you offering? Oh man, did I miss that? Alright, that was pretty good. Oh, Kakarot appeared again? What are you confused about, Kakarot? What holy deeds would you like to know about? Okay, let's go with the third one. I'm not gonna strive for high scores for now, we're just gonna clear them all and see if we're lacking. I'll think about it, G. I'll think about it. Ooh, it's 2 AM here. If you're feeling like you want to go to bed, just feel free, G. There were many cases in the past where people fell asleep on my stream. Angel being the main perpetrator, shall we say. Oh, come on. No, it's fine, G. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We've been through worse, trust me. Let's see how much damage we can do. You see, Kain is a pure example of that happening. Oh, didn't even notice. To prevent trains from going off rails, would be my guess. As I say, G, I'll think about it. I'll have to deliberate. Go. That should be enough, hopefully. next one. Fair enough, Kegro, fair enough. I thought you were gonna give me an elaborate story lesson. I'm not that handsome, G. I'm just an average looking bloke, I'll tell you that much. I guess so, G. I guess so. This. Okay. Let's see how much damage that does. Ooh, that's some nice damage. Would you like me to do one, Kakar? If you would like me to, I can. I can go on Liz's home turf and play Love in Deep Space if you guys would be into it for the stream. If you are, we're doing it. Because, I mean, what I was gonna do is pull for Nell. You know? Actually, is Nell next week? No. Is she? Hold up. No, she's not. Never mind. Never mind. I don't think Liz suggested. Liz rejected it profusely. In fact, she threatened me if I do that. She's not gonna be too pleased. On her home turf. Because Love in Deep Space is her main game, so, you know. She's gonna be our guide, a spiritual guru in that world. Depends, Hakim. Depends who you ask. Listen. Hakim, I don't know about that. Define busy. It is indeed, Kagura, it is indeed. his second phase. Oh man, this is such a kick in the nuts that I'm wasting Ichigo's ult. Oh man. Whatever. Whatever. No worries, Ken. It was a pleasure seeing you as always. Have a good night and I'll catch you later. He lives in a mystical land known as India. The land of bountiful call centers and cuisine unlike the likes of which you never seen. A true paradise, I may say. Man, these shields can just go take a hike, honestly. Renji, stop. Just stop. God, wasted 30 seconds on there. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Well, Greg and Dark are busy conquering the world. Can't expect them to be around all the time. Okay. Let's go. This one should be easier. That should be fine. Okay, let's get going. I'll think about it. Okay, I'll think about it. Ooh, actually interesting. Heineke pulls key scare into her technique. Listen, Kine, I have to put you in a place sometimes. Sometimes you gotta get a reality check. He is indeed, G. He is indeed. For me as well, to be honest. No, actually, for me it's an hour behind. Because Hakim lives in France and I live in a good old T-land. So for me it's not even 9 o'clock yet. I'm still merely starting. Listen, Kine, it's not about what you deserve, it's about what you get. And this is what you get. Man, I actually didn't notice before that Rangiku can do that. That's a pretty good tactic. To get key scale, like, no waste time.
失意識
There we go.
閻魔私の正義の全てをかけて鈴虫錦紅彦
There we go. Idolamba, hopefully doing well. Let's see. Angel is probably already had too much. He was here literally, I kid you not, 5 seconds after I started the stream talking about thumbnail. So I'm sure he had his fill already, Kakarot, trust me. I mean, the amount of gacha games Angel plays, I'm surprised he has time for anything else. It's a full-time job for him at that point.
全てをかけて泣ける紅姫鈴虫追式閻魔コール私の正義の
There
全て
we
をかけて
go.
鈴虫錦紅彦危なかったっすね行くで神死にの槍無刀連陣はいなれはいなかバイバイ行くで隙あり逃げますバイバイ私の正義の全てをかけて
Eh?
行くで神死にの槍無刀連陣bankai
No worries, Kat. It was a pleasure seeing you as always. Get a good night rest, and I'll catch you later. He won't. Kakarot, do you really believe that somebody like Angel would delete all of his gacha games? That's like saying that an alcoholic that drank for 10 years in a row is just gonna stop drinking tomorrow out of nowhere. Just because he got, you know, a bad bottle of liquor that may or may not have been burned. It ain't happening. Just like fish are destined to swim, Angel is destined to be cursed with gacha addiction. You can't avoid it. And to be honest, he did say that he stopped playing as many. And by as many, I mean he stopped playing like 20 of them. So, you know. It's a progress, but not in the right direction, shall we say. I mean, as somebody that played Genshin as a free-to-play Hakim, it does. Trust me, especially when you get Chi-Chi. I mean, come on, the world might as well just end right then and there. Because there's no redemption for that. Listen, Kakro, I never played 20 gacha games at the same time. At most, I ever played 2. I usually only play 1, and that's already too many. Welcome back, Liz. Well, you and Greg are Chi-Chi connoisseurs, because I think you go, like, what, C4 and Greg goes C5? You both cut from the same cloth. And maybe that's his secret towards ungodly luck, because he spent all of his unluck on just getting Chi-Chi almost C6. So I guess it's all equilibrium and all that good stuff. But I think I only lost to Chi-Chi 50-50 twice in my entire Genshin extravagant career, shall we say. One time to Riosli and another time to... I think it was Zhongli. At the very beginning when I started playing. But my curse was actually Kaching, because I got her like C3. She was a menace of my own making, shall we say. I mean... Oh wait. Messed up. Let's restart that quickly. Hakim. Come on. Liz is going into her cheat teacher mode. Okay, there we go. Well, at least you apologize. At least you apologize. There we go. Alright. How do you not have a single Genshin after playing Genshin for like 5 years, Kagura? I call cap on that. That's impossible. Oh, come on. There we go. Man, so much nicer doing Thrust. Like, this team is just so goated. Have you? Okay, fair enough. To be honest, you never said how long you've been playing Genshin. You haven't got a single Mona catch or Kaching? Wow, that's actually impressive. Because you had chances to select them from Selector at least twice and you still didn't get them. That's dedication right there. Okay, let's go with this. Let's do Aizen, and let's put Toshiro in here. Because I always thought, Kagura, you were starting playing since day one from the way you talk about Genshin. Oh, actually, hold up. I think you got a better idea. Have you, Kagura? I see. Spoken like a true meta slave. That's a curse of Genshin Impact, Hakim. You can't escape Chi-Chi no matter how hard you try. Oh, I see, Kagura. I didn't know that, actually. That's fair enough. I just always assumed you were a seasoned, you know, gacha addict. No, she won't, Hakim. Don't you dare say it. If we don't acknowledge she exists, she won't show up. There we go. Oh, that's fair, Kagura. You never mentioned that before, so you only started in 14, huh? So you never been on the front lines of first Genshin anniversary. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, to be honest, her gameplay was pretty fun. And the fact that she can walk on water like Jesus just, you know, chef's kiss. Because the last thing I liked is swimming in that game. And any characters allows me not to do that, it's good. Okay, I messed that up. Hold up. I think you mean gacha addict, Hakim, not player. There's no such thing as gacha players in Genshin. There's only addicts. They have relapses. We all been there. I see, Kagura. So you're keeping up with important things. Very good, very good. Nemo, just go away, honestly. That's a good question, Liz. That is indeed the case. I mean, he did say he succeeded every single Archon, so you don't know. Having every Archon C6 is already quite an achievement. Not many people can say the same. Listen, Kakarot, don't you start with me. Unbelievable, this guy. Dumbass. Got distracted for a second. It's fine, it's fine. It doesn't really matter because I already have enough points to guarantee full rewards, so... Last? Wow, Kagura, that's a bit extreme. I understand not having her as a first, but the last? Ooh. I would agree that, well... Yeah, I would agree, Venti. No, well... It's between Furina and Venti for me personally. Furina just because I feel like she did my boy Novel at Dori and he was supposed to be the Archon all along, and the fact that he isn't is just a slap in my face, and I will never forgive her for that. I will never do. And Venti just because he's drunk all the time, you know? Man is a mess. Zhongli obviously being number one, undisputed champion. Listen, Hakim, the man is busy. What are you talking about? Zhongli is a busy man. Do you think he has all that time to save people when there's so much tea to drink? Unbelievable. The man clearly has his priorities straight. And we should respect them as such. I don't usually get midnight snacks nowadays. I used to, very long time ago, but my go-to was always a bowl of Greek yogurt, a little bit of honey, some crushed nuts, and like a handful of cereal, just for extra crunch. And they used to be my go-to, like, midnight snack, shall we say. Because full of protein, you know, full of good fats for you, a little bit of sugar. Because, you know, you gotta get that thrill of midnight snacking. But other than that, nothing really much. I mean, if we're talking a really, really long time ago, I used to just do like a frozen pizza or something. But that's when I was like, you know, in primary school and middle school. Haven't done that in ages. Go. Look, I'm biased towards Zhongli because he's a man of my soul, you know? He knows the good tea, he knows the good gossip, and, you know, that's just all it takes. I mean, Zhongli didn't really abandon his people. He said it himself that he didn't want them to rely on him all the time, so he just kind of gave them a test and basically was like, well, off you go. I don't think that's abandoning it necessarily. He's still inside the town, so if things go sour, he can still, you know, summon a giant meteor from the sky and discipline whoever decides to invade. The man worked for thousands of years. All those eons of hard work. I think he deserves a little bit of a, you know, retirement. He might be, you never know. You never know. He was known as a god of war back in the day. He was like conquering all the gods, all the places, so if that doesn't sound British, I don't know what will. No, Zhongli used to be known as God of War back in his heyday. Before he became like God of Contracts, before he became an Archon, when he used to be like just a rogue god, he used to be known as a God of War because of how much battles he go entangled with. And just a law, basically. But yeah, Zhongli used to be, you know, slashing and dashing, shall we say, in his heyday. He never used to be Ashda. Kagero, have you even played the game? Ashdaha used to be his pet. Golly. This man plays Genshin every day and still doesn't know the law. Man, whenever Nevu shows up, 2 years of my life gets shredded right then and there before my very own eyes. Well, he is, but he created Ashdaha. You just said when he was Ashdaha. Oh. Liz finally turning 18. Congratulations. That's a big one, Liz. You finally were living your heydays. I mean, Goba is the ultimate MVP, you know? If you know what's up, you know that Goba is the true champ of Genshin Impact. Look, Liz, it's a moment worth celebrating. Listen, Kakarot, as long as we're celebrating, that's all that matters. Just because we're a little bit late doesn't mean we can't celebrate it nonetheless. My first Saga was only... I actually started playing the game when he was, I believe, released. So he was my man since day one. Not canonically, G, I'll tell you that much. Not canonically. I mean, Zhongli can be a DPS, G. He can be anything you want in your wildest dreams and desires. I would just go to people's worlds and I would put pillars in there at a precisely 45 degrees angle to assault my never-ending dominance and prestige over their realm. And they were so baffled by my unbelievable prowess and amazed, they would just bow before my pillars. I mean, who wouldn't, G? Who wouldn't? Listen, Kagura, it's not about the meta. The meta is momentary, but the style is eternal. This guy. All he thinks is about meta. Meta schmeta is what I say. She was destined for greatness, Kakarot. She embarked upon a path that day. There we go. Kazuha was one of my favorite characters as well for a while. I love the little guy. I remember I saved up all my resources for Kazuha once upon a time. For a full year. I had about 50k Primo Gems and about 100 pulls saved up for him. And I spent everything I owned to get him to C2 and his weapon. And I proceeded to lose every single 50-50. I lost 4 50-50s to get him, his weapon, and one of his constellations. I didn't get a second one. And ever since that day, he was dead to me. I still like him, but he's dead to me. I think you could have just stopped at reading, Kakarot. I think that would have explained everything that needed to be explained. Go. I mean, I like them both equally, Hakim. I have no horse in their race. It's for Liz to decide what she thinks about that. You know who we truly forgotten about? The true MVP of Genshin Impact, and that is Dottore. That man has been hiding in the shadows. And people need to put some respect on his name. Let's see. There we go. Listen, Kakarot. You're a Capitano fan in 2026. How do you feel, huh? You ain't gonna tell me something when you're a Capitano fan. At least my man is alive. Do you know what? I forgot which one of you, to be honest, is obsessed with him. I thought you were both in the same boat. Well, such is life. They always kill all the cool characters. No worries, G. Take your time, take your time. At least you learn, Liz. At least you learn. Life is all about a journey, and it's all about what you make of it. And you clearly make the most of it. Go. This actually would be a pretty good place for you to practice those dodges, Liz. Against Mr. Caterpillar over here. And let's finish it in style. And just like that, the Frenzy Feast is complete. Not the cleanest runs imaginable, but you know, we did them nonetheless. After I go on my free-to-play account and do the dailies there, yes, we'll pop onto Liz's account and see what she's been cooking. What a holy concoction she managed to cook up. Listen, Hakim, we had a deal with her, and she still hasn't upheld it, so... I mean, you can, but you can also just run away, to be honest, Liz. There we go. All you need to do is, when you see him stand up, with his arms up, basically just go to the side. Just dash to the side and you'll be fine. Alright, so that's done, that's done. Did we do all the dailies now? For the most part. Let's see. Ah wait, not yet, not yet. I forgot to do this one. Almost forgot. But to be honest, that boss fight is relatively straightforward, Liz. As long as you do it a couple times, you'll understand the pattern. Because he doesn't really attack you that much. He's basically just kind of standing there, soaking in the damage. But to be honest, the most fun one was Sergeant one, because I remember when Sergeant boss fight was the thing, his AI was so bugged to hell and back that you can literally just, he would stand there and just let you hit him for solid 2 minutes or so. It was great. You didn't even have to do anything, just keep pressing buttons and everything will be fine. I wonder if they actually fixed it. Right, got that sorted. I wonder what this thing is gonna be. I'm kind of curious about it. His counterattack. I mean, to be honest, my hit's relatively fine. Listen, Liz, you're gonna be thankful to me that I'm putting you through all these trials. I'm like a secluse, or recluse rather, monk in the middle of mountains, and you found me by chance, and I just tell you to practice sword swing 10,000 times. And by the time you do your 10,000 swing, you're gonna become the sword master unlike any. You're gonna be able to slash mountains, rivers, and heaven and earth in half. That's how it works. And there's no refunds. That's stated very clearly. I don't know Hakim, to be honest, because I assume you're only invulnerable to an attack, but it's not really an attack. Because you pretty much still in line of sight, and it just basically deletes your character. So I'm not sure, but my guess would be no, most likely. I know, Liz, I know. I'm just training you to become the greatest martial artist this world has ever seen. Okay. Let's see. No worries, Kakarot. It was a pleasure seeing you as always. Get a good night rest and I'll catch you later. I'm on my vacation, so I have nothing better to do. You're gonna be seeing me quite often, so don't worry about it. I'm living that, you know, temporarily unemployed life. Which is great. Yep, I have 2 weeks of vacation. Because I had 10 days left to book. And in my workplace, you have to book all your holidays, otherwise they expire. Nope, I'm not playing Genshin, Hakim. I'll tell you so many times. There's no amount of persuasion you can unleash upon me to go back. Unless Dotra comes back. That is the only circumstance. Liz is playing for me, you know, she's amassing the resources when Dotra finally unleashes, and I'm gonna come in and Liz has like 1,000,000 Primogems for me because it has been 69 years, and I just go back and I'm like, finally! He's here! And as soon as I press, you know, a 10-pull button, I just have like a stroke or something and just pass out right then and there, be like, no! And all I'll see in my last moments is, you know, I do a 10 pull, and there's like 5-star animation, and as soon as my vision fades into the darkness, all I see is a slow silhouette of the Frost Demon show up on my screen, and there she is, with the glowing red eyes, Chi-Chi right before us. And with that thought, I depart to the great beyond, never to be seen again. Truly an encounter of a century. No worries, random. Welcome back, welcome back. Listen, Liz, it was bound to happen. It was bound to happen. Well, sometimes, you know, people are destined for certain things. I was given my reasoning for how would I come back to Genshin and what it would entail, basically. Actually, let's try this event because I didn't play it before and I don't really know what that is. Oh, is it like match cards? I see, I see. Okay, well, I've never been really good at these, to be honest, but we'll try our best. No, I can definitely spawn a traffic cone from a mile away. Yeah, that was fire hydrant. Was that dog? Yes, it was. 2 bombs? Golly. Okay, let's do this. Okay, I did that. Very nice. Let's do it again. Listen, random, I will never lose in a kid's game. Are you kidding me? My reputation is on the line as a prodigy gamer that I am. And I would never submit. Okay, wait, there's this cupcake here. Okay, hold up. There was. I knew I saw it. Okay, the trash can is here. There's a football here. There's hydrants. Listen, Liz, it's not enough. It's not enough. You gotta understand, in Genshin, no matter how many Prima Gems you have, it's never enough. You always need more. And the more you need, the higher despair gets. And the higher despair gets, the more gacha addiction you get. The more gacha addiction you get, the more unemployed you get. And the more unemployed you get, the more homeless you get. And the more homeless you get, the more likely you to get Isekai by Raccoon himself. Never to be seen again. What I was doing? I kind of forgot. I kind of spaced out there for a second. Okay, hold up. So there's the treasure chest. The cat was here somewhere. I've seen the cat. There's a cat. There's a ball. There's a cupcake. And there's a traffic cone. Okay, let's do this one as well. What do I need to do? A tree. Wait, what? Ah, okay, so I need to match them and give an order. Okay, go you. That's fine. Hydrant and the dog. There we go. Okay, so I need motorcycle first. Then I need the cat. There's a cat, and there's a traffic cone. I mean, they do drop every week, random, so you know. We're already getting as good as it gets. Can't really ask for more. I mean, you can, but that would be a bit greedy. Okay, let's do it again. Traffic cone. Oh, okay, wait, hold up. I need the present boxes first. Present boxes, and then fire. Where is it? Fire hydrant, and then the traffic cone. There we go. Okay, the tuna. There we go. The boxes. The hydrochloric acid. Got that. Okay, the tree. The cats. Is this what it feels like to be smart as a 5-year-old? Because I feel very smart right now. Probably shouldn't, but, you know. I'll take what I can get. I can match the cats and the boxes and the, you know, the little scooter mobiles like nobody's business. Okay, let's do one more. Okay, I need a cupcake. Where's the cupcake? There we go, there's a cupcake. There's an Inu dog. And there's a hydrant. Very nice. And then let's do the cat. Oh wait, hold up. I need the trash can first. So we got the trash can. We got the cat. We got the tuna. And then we got the traffic lights. Traffic cone, rather. We got the tree. And we got the boxes. Listen, Liz, don't expose my secrets towards success. Okay, where's the hydrochloric acid? There we go, there's hydrochloric acid, there's an Inu dog, very nice. And just like that. Super easy. You didn't reroll Hakim, unbelievable, this guy. This guy. Okay, let's do the this one. See what we can get. Hold up. Let's go with this, and then here, and then this one. No, here. I mean, rerolling here's a lot of work, but sometimes you're gonna put in the work. Hakim, I don't know what to tell you. You can't just rely on Lady Luck to bless your path. Sometimes you have to brute force it. And trust me, as somebody that has to brute force it every time, I know what I'm talking about. Okay, this one, and then this one. Listen, Liz, all I need you to do is believe in me. Is it too much to ask? Don't give me the sass. Unless it's sassafras. There we go. I think my first as I saw on this account was actually Tosin as well. And then I got the big man himself, Ichigo. Okay, there we go. This one's here. There, and here. Listen, random. I don't know what to tell you. These games, they build different. I don't know what kind of 5-year-olds can solve these kinds of puzzles, but I'm not one of them. I wasn't built for such intense brain maneuvers. Let's go this, and here, and there. This over here. This over here. Nice. Okay, that will do. And here. I mean, Hakim, not enough street cred, I guess. We will probably get limited Byakuya in his, like, White Wing form. That'll be kind of nice. Because I feel like they gotta do a boy justice, you know? This one. I don't know about that random. I think Byakuya is decent. He's not like the best character, but I wouldn't call him the worst either. Okay, so I need to drop this one here, here, and then I think it was supposed to be there. There we go, and then the hair's over there. I mean, Ikaku is as standard as it gets. I honestly thought that we should have made like one of the lieutenants, like, you know, Nanao or something, or Yumichika, or Boyo Maero, you know, one of the top dogs. Well, you never know, guys. You never know. She might get, you know, Kenpachi treatment. Never count your chickens before they hatch, you know? You always gotta be prepared for plan B. And Kenpachi just proved that. The man is going all out. Unbelievable. The disrespect. I wouldn't go as far as disposing because you never know, we might need multiple teams in the future for the same typing. But I respect the dedication. I respect the dedication. Okay, there we go. I am doing it, Liz. Don't you worry. I am doing it. I'll be poorly, but I'm doing it nonetheless. And that's what truly matters. That one goes there. I think this is here. Okay. That's a shoulder. That's probably here. There we go. That one's a bit tricky because the glass look exactly the same for majority of them. Oh man, these puzzles not making my brain happy, shall we say. Okay. There we go. That will do. That's actually pretty cool images. This is like PC background material over here. Hakim going off. All it takes to mention Kenpachi and he's off. The man will never let him live it down. Crit rate, crit damage, random. That's all you need for him, really. Like, he doesn't need anything else. I mean, I have my own ultimate damage. No ultimate damage, ultimate charge rate. But the thing is, he doesn't really need it. It's good to have, but attack is fine for him as well. You build him essentially as a sub DPS. That's all you need him for. Everything else is kind of like a bonus. So, just build him as you would build Toshiro, essentially. That's all you need. Hold on. There we go. Alright, nice. Well, Hakim, he was clearly too strong, so they had to nerf him. And then they mistakenly said that they buffed him, when in fact they nerfed him tremendously. Because originally he was too good. And when you think about it, they nerfed him from his pre-release. So in fact, it was a nerf followed by another nerf and then by a buff. They reverted said nerf, so he's originally basically almost as good as he was pre-release, but not quite. So it's not really a buff, it's an amendment of the mistake. What does Ichigo cost 10 buff? Well, what does it do? I actually didn't check. Is it good? Does it give him like crit rate, crit damage? Anything good? Let's go with that. It's fine. This will do. Welcome back, G. Welcome back. Probably this one. Very nice, G. I'm proud of you. You always gotta drink tea. No matter the time, no matter the place, no matter the circumstances, you always gotta get a nice cup of tea. Because a day that you don't consume tea is a sad day. Let's go with this. And there we go. That will do. go. I don't know that would go that far, Hakim, to be honest. It's not the same image. Gee, it's not the same image. Okay, let's go with this. There we go. I actually did use this one as a other thumbnail when I was pulling for Gin. Let's see. Listen, Hakim, I don't know what to tell you. There we go. Okay. Where's his sleeve? That one, and then there we go. Okay, and the last one. There we go. Okay. Well, gee, that's anime in a nutshell for you. What do you mean acting? Unbelievable, Hakim. Who do you take me for? A man of integrity. I would never act. Okay. Go. There we go. There we go. And the two pieces of dark matter they had to match. Okay. There we go. Okay. The Spirit J is collected. Very nice, very nice. I actually quite like this image. This one looks pretty good. This, if they animated it, it would look even better. Okay. So finish that. Listen, it was merely a misinput, Hakim. I don't know what to tell you. It was merely a severe lapse in my judgment momentarily. This guy. Unbelievable. Okay, let me pull these things, I guess. While we're here. I completely forgot. Oof. Trust me, I've seen plenty of anime and played plenty of games. Stuff like that doesn't even faze me. I'm a seasoned gacha addict. Okay, that's sorted. I think we did all the dailies. That's fine. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is jump on my free-to-play account, quickly do dailies on there, and do these weekly battles as well. And after that, we're gonna jump on Liz's account and peek at what she's been cooking. Oh, did they actually release a new code? I didn't know that. Okay, let me give it a spin. If you're lying to me, Hakim, I'm not gonna be too pleased with you. it doesn't. Unfortunately. It is what it is. I mean, usually I check on Discord if they post like any new codes or anything like that, and they didn't say anything, so maybe it's just not available in North America, unfortunately. It is what it is. Okay, let me just quickly boot up the other one. Yep. Those unbelievable heathens hiding the 300 jades from us? Who do they take us for? Some simpletons? We're not gonna stand for such disrespect. To be honest, did they post it actually on Discord? Because usually that's what you would know. Let me just quickly give it a check. I don't think they have, but... Exactly, Hakim. For mental anguish, so we all had to go through. Yeah, they haven't posted it, so I assume it doesn't work for us. It might be like CA or CN exclusive. We treated it like poor relative over here. Not even getting the codes. Meanwhile, those CA and CN players eating good tonight. Little 300 jades would feed my entire existence for at least a couple days. My never-ending gacha addiction. Yeah, but he plays on CA. You see, they play on CA. They clearly build different to us. Random, I don't know what to tell you. Rangiku's a busy woman. Doesn't have the time, nor the energy. There you go. You can have a field day while I load up the other one. Just stare in her bountiful eyes and see if you can peer the truth of the world. Exactly, Hakim. That's the difference between me making it B6 Yamamoto and not. Because 3 years later, we're gonna be there, and I'm gonna be missing like 300 Gs for the final 10 pull to get B6 Yamamoto at like 5 minutes before the event ends. And I'm not gonna get him, and I'm gonna be so disappointed. I'm gonna remember this moment right here, right now. And I'm gonna be so displeased that they didn't give us those 300 Spirit Jades. I will never forgive them for it. In fact, the 10,000 compensation needs to be 20,000 now that I'm thinking about it. Just for the future mental anguish that I would have to go through. It is what it is. It is what it is. Man. The game loading so long, come on. I'll take this moment to stretch a little bit my old bones. Yes, Liz? Pride do tell. What would you like to share? What deep dark secrets would you like to unveil upon this mortal realm? Okay, I'm almost in. Let me just go quickly. I will, Liz, don't worry. While we find this boss battle, I will. Yeah, difficulty 5 is fine. Okay. Yeah, that's alright. Well, if you don't feel like it, that's okay, Liz. That's okay. Next time. Next time. The wall is not ready yet. I understand. I understand. Come on. Okay, there we go. Let me just quickly jump in here. we go. Found him. I found my long lost brother over here, you know? Same name, same face. Different day. Ah, I see, Liz, I see. That's okay. That's okay. Happens to the best of us. After we're doing this, we're gonna jump on my free-to-play account, do the dailies there, and then we're gonna see what Liz has been up to. What kind of unspeakable deeds and crimes has she committed in the past 2 weeks we haven't been seeing her account. Right now, Hakim? Right at this moment? I mean, I heard it's a pretty good place. Never been there myself. Okay, there we go. Let's see, anything exciting here? No. It's always a but. Proceeds to list 10,000 reasons why you shouldn't go, and then be like, you know what? All things considered, pretty good. Get going. Just say the word, Hakim, and Liz will smuggle you in. I've been to Miami once, Hakim, and I agree. It's a pretty cool place. Expensive as all get out, though. I don't know how people survive there. Ooh, big words, Liz, big words. Showing her, you know, home turf pride. Okay, let's do end of green. Okay. Nothing too exciting on the other side either, stamp-wise, unfortunately. Yes. Okay, let's go. Well, that's one of the things Miami is. When I was there, I was actually pretty stoked to see, like, a real-life Florida man story unfold before my very own eyes, but unfortunately I didn't see anything. And I felt like I was scammed, because that was the main selling point of going there. And all I got was a lie? What is Cenotes, Liz? I'm not familiar.
閻魔私の正義の全てをかけて鈴虫錦紅彦戦
Ah, I see. I've been to plenty of caves in my day. In fact, I inhabit one right now. Ah. Okay, eliminate. That sounds cool. Let me see. Ah, that looks actually really cool. Let me pull it up for people in chat. This good looks really, really cool. I've seen these before. I've never been in one, but this looks really cool. This looks like straight up from like Temple of Doom or something, you know? All it's missing is a golden skull in the middle, and you pull it up and a giant boulder just start rolling at you. Oh man, that looks really nice. Okay, let's go back. Okay, nothing too exciting. Listen, Haki, even if it's a movie, it still looks cool. I'm a simple man. You show me pretty pictures and I'm like, okay, I'm going. But that's gonna be on my list the next time I see one of those. Because I've been in like caves. No underwater caves, but like normal caves. So that's what you were talking about. And the experience was pretty cool, but I've been to the ones that were made like fully out of salt. Like salt mines situation. And it was basically solidified rock salt. And they had like illuminated lights at the top. So basically the entire cave would like light up as soon as the sunlight would hit it. And it was really cool. It was, I believe, in Crimea. I've seen those. But man, getting stuck on one of those, that's a different story. To be honest, I don't really know what Miami's special regionality is, because when I was there, I just kind of ate, you know, different cuisines. I didn't know if they had, like, you know, special regional dishes. They had a lot of, like, Japanese food over there and, like, Chinese food. Italian was pretty prevalent, French. But, like, I haven't seen, like, Miami restaurant, you know? If you will. But selection of like different cuisines was pretty good. But you see, that's not regional special because you can get those food everywhere. It's not really fair to compare them because at least in Liz's case, you get authentic, you know, Mexican dishes. So it's a little bit more refined, shall we say. I went for like work trip. Was it last September? I believe. No, last September. In September 2024. I went for I think 2 months to Miami to have like work stuff, and I was going out to eat every day because you know I was staying in a hotel, so I didn't have much going on. But I just had like. I would visit random like little restaurants and I would have food there, but predominantly from what I've seen at least, like Japanese cuisine was very, very prevalent. Perhaps, Hakim, perhaps. Perhaps. Okay. So we're done with the boss battles. That's all sorted, so we can jump onto the other one. I didn't go missing, I went MIA. Liz, come on, there's a difference. Claim this. There we go. Alright, let me just quickly jump on this one. There we go. Alright, let me just close this. Alright. So now, let's go farm some stamps. See if we can get something good. Wow, Liz. Unbelievable. You saying that about your own people? This woman. Oh, golly. I love Mexican food as well. I mean, Mexican food is so good. And the thing is, I'm a spice fiend. Or at least I used to be. And to me, their food just hit the right spot. It's also very clean food as well. They don't really have anything like greasy or, you know, super salty or sugar forward. Everything is like very mild, but in a very good way. And it's more like spice forward rather than, you know, condiment forward, shall we say. Which I appreciate. That wasn't, that wouldn't be my reason for going, but I appreciate the intel, Hakeem. Liz is typing an elaborate paragraph explaining why she doesn't. Oh man, is my backpack full? I didn't even notice that. Okay, well, have to go clean it up a little bit. Let's see. Yeah. Well, that's not a good starting point, is it? Alright, let's clean this up. And I guess let's dismantle some of these. Just to free up a little bit of space. That should be enough for 2 runs. I mean, to be honest, Liz has a love-hate relationship with people in general. So, you know, it is what it is. She's passionate about her heritage, but I don't think people are involved in the said heritage. No shame in there, Liz. No shame in there. But I feel like that's true for everyone, to be honest, because I don't think there's anybody out there who's, like, looking in their own country and they're like, man, I'm 100% proud to be so-and-so because everything is great, you know. The place is great, the food is great, the people are great. It just doesn't really happen. There's always silver lining to anything. Okay, let's see. Did we get anything good? Splash damage. No. Oh man, flat attack. Gosh. No, you won't. There's always a little bit of love, Haki, but there's always a little bit of love. It's like yin and yang, you know? You can't just have pure hatred. Sometimes you have to mix it up. I know things, Liz. Trust me, I know. And what is that, Hakim? Did an Argentinian man rob you blind and then left you in a alleyway somewhere? Never to be seen again? I feel like there's a story to tell, Hakim. Just because you say we all know why doesn't mean we do. Alright, let's see. Anything exciting in sight? Oh man, the backpack got filled up again. Okay, so defense, ultimate charge. Okay, nothing exciting. I see, Hakim, I see. I knew it was something to do with football. I had a sneaking suspicion. To be honest, I haven't watched football, so I don't really know what the beef is all about. Recycle those again. I should probably go at some point through all of these and recycle all the useless ones. Man, I hate that there's a limited space on this, because it's like, why? Why? Okay, let's recycle them again. Fair enough, Hakim, fair enough. I know nothing about football, so my understanding of that is not that great, but I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. Because I trust you. Okay, let's go farm some thrust stuff. To be honest, your passion for football is quite astonishing to me, because I don't know if I would hate the entire country based on a football match, but you know what? I respect it. I respect it. Oh, the man is going to give himself a coronary with such unbelievable passion. That's why I never really go into like sports, as in watching them. Because the passion that some people exude, I would just never be able to match them. Because I'm one of those people that like doesn't care enough about things like that to get involved, shall we say. The closest thing, I guess, was when I was deep in League of Legends. I used to watch esports. But even then, if like the team that I was supporting lost, I wouldn't be like, man, their opponents suck. I wish them nothing but the losing streak of a century. I hope they get 0-10 KD ratio every game they play for next year. I would be that kind of person, but I still respect it, you know? Because it takes a lot to to hate somebody that much. Although I do say that my hatred towards people that were banning Yasuo and Zed at the same time were immense. I still haven't forgiven those people to this day. Because how dare they? When the greatest duo this world has ever seen. You know what? Fair enough, Hakim. At least you have principles. And you gotta respect that. You gotta respect that. That's fair, Liz. That's fair. Although you are one of those people that ban Zed and Yasuo, ain't you, Liz? Confess your sins. Confess your sins right here, right now. Weren't you the one to ban them? Where were you on January 3rd, 2016, huh? What were you doing? At precisely 19:55 p.m.? I knew it was you. This grudge will never be forgotten. I remember like it was yesterday. There I was, grinding for my masters. And some rogue banned the Zed and Yasuo. And I was forced to play LeBlanc. And man, even though I won, it wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty. Oh wait, I forgot. I forgot to enable the sound. I was thinking it's a bit quiet. There we go. Listen, Liz, the only thing that red flag is your unbelievable obsession with people who do play Yasuo. Because that's a red flag. Majority of people don't care. You're a special individual. Because let me tell you something. There's only 3 types of people in this world. Those that understand that Yasuo is the greatest character in their game. The second is people who deny the truth and decide to live in the falsehood of oblivion, praising the false gods. And the third type is the people that haven't met Yasuo yet, and the ones that are destined to in the future, to witness his full glory. And you fall squarely into the second category, and as such, I just feel like I have to show you the light at the end of the tunnel. Trust me, Hakim. She's projecting like a nobody's business. I bet she's a Garen main. You know what? She gives us a very strong Garen main energy, and that's why she's mad. Because she wishes she was as graceful as Yasuo all this time, but instead she's destined to only spin and twirl all day long. Listen, Liz, you can't deny the truth. The truth is right there. I bet you main Garen and then Master Yi. I bet that's what you do, huh? You one of those people that just go to jungle and just farms and then comes out with Master Yi's ultimate and just do Q and then run away without even helping your bot lane, huh? And then you ping in chat basically saying, what the heck is going on? Why did nobody follow me? When in fact there were 4 people following from the mid flank, and you just die in the process. Meanwhile your teammates escape to safety because they realize that was a dumb idea to begin with, but you still kept insisting that you have to go. And by the end of the game, your KD ratio is like 3-6, and then you know, type in chat at the end of the game saying that it was ball lane fault, you know, AD carry wasn't carrying hard enough, even though AD carry was doing pretty well in comparison. Huh? Is that the kind of person you are? Hi there, Rainy. Hopefully doing well. Glad to see you. I mean, to be honest, the strike team is pretty solid because it's like you can only use Yoriichi. So like, I wouldn't personally recommend going full in Yoriichi because it's just not worth it. To be honest, if you have like a solid slasher team, solid thrust team, and solid spirit team, I would just ignore strike altogether for now because realistically speaking, like until Grimjaw comes out, strike team is just not gonna be that. You know, it's just not gonna be good enough. Yeah, because it's relatively slow, and you just don't really have a lot of good supports for it. Because like Nemu is not good, Sajin is very slow, so he needs time to wind up, and Yoriichi just she's very hungry for field time, and so is Sajin. So it's like you really can't make too much work unless you hyper invest, which I wouldn't recommend. Because to be honest, as I say, Grimjaw is just gonna replace her immediately, essentially. Do you have... what characters are you working with? Do you have, like, Ichigo? Do you have Toshiro, Aizen, Gin? Because I beat Mai, like you can roll back about an hour ago. I beat Mai with Spirit Team. I just used Toshiro, you know, Aizen and Momo to beat it, and then just breeze through the thrust and the slash with like their respective teams. Yeah, because off elements are usually good enough. You don't have to actually like force it with strike units. Don't listen to Hakim. He's a filthy whale, and he's giving you a false prophecy. Listen to me. I'm a free-to-play unlike any. So all you need to do is use your Ichigo. If you don't have Ichigo, you're kind of screwed on that regard, but you might get Kenny. You probably go Kenny at this point then. Use your slasher team, try to get max score. If you go again, you pretty much sort it for thrust. And then the last one, Spirit is your best bet. Listen, Hakim, those were earned through blood, sweat, and tears. I had to go to the local bank and ask for their financial support, and that's how I got them. And don't let anybody else tell you otherwise. To be honest, I haven't used Nemo at all, so I don't even know what she does. But I do know that she doesn't do much. Exactly, free-to-pay list. As I always have been. I just wouldn't focus on it then, Rennie. Just literally just force it with Spirit Team. If you go Aizen and Toshiro, they will breathe through it. I go with my like 21k and the other two like 28s, and it was more than enough. Yeah, Hakim is a whale unlike any. The man literally sold his soul to the devil himself of gacha gaming. Raid Shadow Legends. And now he's their mere puppeteer, getting the sponsorship money to dump it all into B6 Aizen and B6 Kenpachi. You don't want to end up like him. Well, we are getting one ready. We're getting the Nell coming out in 2 weeks. So she's gonna replace our boy Byakuya for the most part. And then, well, we actually don't know who's coming after that. Listen, Liz, it's all part of the game. Well, she's not gonna be pure support, but she's gonna be support enough, you know? She's gonna support you by killing your enemies for you. That's the kind of support she's gonna offer. Listen, Hakim, Aizen supports your debt collectors by getting you inside a crippling debt to afford his B6. That's the kind of support that Aizen gives you. Financial support, unlike Eddie. He ensures you're financially crippled for a long, long time. You see, we gotta make Kisuke into DPS. We've been using him wrong all this time. He's in fact always been destined for greatness. And we just have forsaken him for that. You see, people think all he does is buff you. Not so. Have you seen his weapon stamp? The 40% special attack damage? That's gonna go crazy. This guy. Okay, let's see. That's fine. Let's do hollow extermination quickly. How much do I need? 18. Okay, that's fine. There we go. Let's do that quickly. I need to farm stamps on this account. I haven't been doing that at all. I kind of been forsaking it for the most part. And that's not good. Not good. I don't have a single core stamp unlocked on here for the main units that I'm using just because I was too lazy. Might do that tomorrow, to be honest. Let's see. If not, definitely next week, because I need to get that going. Pray, Hakim. Pray to our Lord and Savior Aizen, and if he hears your pleas, he might descend and, you know, do the damage for you. Byakuya, I think is a decent unit. I don't think he's amazing, but I do like he provides slash resistance, shred. I think that's pretty good. His battle skill is pretty nice. I do think he's a little bit on the slower side. With his like ultimate and, you know, his technique charge up. But I think he's decent. To be honest, if you have him, you don't really need Nell. But Nell is probably going to be better, let's be real. So, you never know. Everybody's a fraud to you, Hakim. Everyone's a fraud. I'm gonna pulp it. I was just saying for people who, you know, don't need to. Hakim summoned his hype squad group. G showed up. Yeah, I think if you have especially dupes on him, you don't really need Nell. Because he's gonna give you, you know, the damage and the resistance shred. And since they buffed him, and now his debuff is 15 seconds, to be honest, it's fine. Like, he's fine. He's not amazing, but he's fine. Don't listen to Hakim, he's trying to bait you. Listen to me. If you have Byakuya, you don't have to summon for now. Only get her if you want to. And if you do, also get B6 Kenpachi, because, you know, you gotta show support for Hakim, because he's clearly praising his name too hard and too much. Maybe trying to spread the good word of him. I thought so, Hakim, I thought so. Well, I don't think anybody is getting B6 Nell, G. But a lot of people are gonna get B6 Nell EL. And if you know the difference, then you're a real one. Because how can you call yourself a Nell enthusiast if you don't know the difference between the two? Well, funny you say that, G. I actually pre-made the summoning video thumbnail already for like a couple weeks in advance because I wanted to be ahead of the game, and let me tell you, you're gonna be pleased with that. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. I'm not gonna spoil it, but let me tell you, it's gonna be exciting. Alright, let's I think let's do Frenzy Feast. On this account it's gonna be a bit rough because, as I said, I haven't pulled for any cold stamp on this account, like legitimately none.
俺の後ろにはかけらほどの冷圧も通さね。
Let's see. Liz is trying to rage bait everyone and anyone inside. I respect the hustle, Liz. I respect the hustle. Okay, where's my thing here? There we go. Okay, I guess let's do. I probably will save. Probably will save Kisuke for Renji fights. Let's level up Rengiku.
ありがとう。ありがとう。
Buffcorn. Buffcorn is our Lord and Savior. Also, hi there, Winter. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay. Let's send her. Can induce. No. Okay, that's fine. I will level it up though. Guess might as well. Okay, that will do. Everybody's a fraud and a scammer. Oh, Hakeem, unbelievable. This man is on vendetta. Okay. It's fine. I guess I'll level up her skills a little bit more as well.
人で悩んでないで
Let's upgrade
喋っちゃいなって
a little bit more. Briefly from Tibu. Oof,
ありがとう
that's a rough one. That's a rough one.
やだ
Okay, let's upgrade her weapon a little bit as well. Oof. Liz, are you gonna take such disrespect towards your man? Oof. Yeah, I agree, Rennie. To be honest, like, the whole copyright thing is just getting out of hands, I feel like. Because the devs are really doing their best from the looks of it. And, you know, trying to deliver quality content. And, unfortunately, they're just not playing ball. And that's kind of sad to see, because, you know, it pretty much means that in the future we might not get a certain character if Suecia basically just decide, oh no, we're not giving them license for you. Because imagine this. Imagine we're not getting license for Yamamoto. Like, for whatever reason, Suecia just like, nah, you're not getting it. And we're never gonna get Yamamoto. And how sad would that be? You know? And stuff like that, I feel like is a bit sucky. But I don't know if they can, you know, circumvent it in any way, shape, or form. And I assume not. Otherwise, they would have done it. So, yeah. Ooh, let's see. Let's go with this one. And then anything exciting here. I'm gonna go with this one. And then, do we have anything good for this? That's fine. I'll think about it.
一人で悩んで
I'm a
ない
man
で
of the people, what can I
喋っちゃ
say?
いなって
Okay, that's fine. Alright, so that's sorted.
一人で
Rangiku's
悩んでない
looking
で
decent
喋っちゃいな
now.
って
Should grade this for her. I don't know about that, G. I don't know about that. Okay. So, now that we sorted our Rangiku, we can go and do the Frenzy Feast. See how far we can climb. And then go on from there. Let's do this one.
仕方がない
So, this.
行くぜ
And
負け
Torsen. And begin. Okay. I mean, look, G, as I said before, every time I played with Zhongli, I would just go to people's worlds and I would put a pillar of justice, in fact, sometimes even two, at a 45 degrees angle and just serve my dominance. And the dominance was asserted, let me tell you. People were fearful of my unbelievable presence. Go. That's good enough. Rangiku seems to be actually really good against Kisuke. Because she just prevents him from dashing around left, right, and center. And I do appreciate it. And what is that supposed to mean, Hakim, huh? Oh, I didn't need to do that, but it's fine. It is what it is.
私の正義の全てをかけて
Nice.
鈴虫追式閻魔公私の正義の全てをかけて
I haven't, to be honest, Hakim.
紅彦
But fair enough. I appreciate the compliment there. Although, have you ever seen... there used to be a phenomenon back in the day, like very, very long time ago, of like gurus, spiritual gazers, where basically there used to be these psychics that would just stare at you and they would heal you with their omnipotent gaze. And there used to be this one guy called Brazzo, and they basically all he would do is just stay on stage and people would just bawl their eyes out. Let me pull up the picture of him. Brazzo. Okay, I found him. So this guy, this gentleman right here. So his entire gimmick was he would come on stage, stand there, and just stare at people. And I kid you not, there's videos online of like middle-aged women going to these shows and just bawling their eyes out, just being like, "Well, this has really changed my life. I mean, before he stared at me, you know, this middle-aged man with a Fabio wannabe looking ass stared at me for like 3 hours straight. My life was lost, but after he did, my mortgage is paid, my marriage is sorted, and clearly I'm a much better person as a result." Like, I swear to God, that's how naive some people are. Oh, man. It's hilarious, though. It is really funny. I'm telling you, Google it. Google it in your spare time. You will have a blast. Oh. I never seen that, G. What are you talking about? That sounds like something straight from Exorcist. Exactly, Hakim. Now you're much more lucky, 10 times as lucky, just because you witnessed his gaze. And the thing is, he didn't even talk. That's the weirdest part. He was literally just standing on stage and staring at people. He never said a single word. Oh, man. So funny. I'll search you up later, G. Exactly, G, exactly. We all got way more lucky than we had any business of being. Just because of Brazzo. And we all gotta thank him for that. The spiritual gaze is truly powerful. Just be careful not to misuse his almighty powers for evil. Because he giveth, but he can also take it. You never know. It's a two-way ticket. If you displease Brazzo, he might take your luck away. You never know. You never know. That's one way of putting it, I guess, G.
私の正義の全てをかけて
危なかったっすね好きだ行くで神死にの槍無刀連人挽回神死にの槍
There we go.
私の正義の全てをかけて挽回鈴虫追式閻魔私の正義の全てを
Don't leave Liz, come on.
紅彦
I need at least somebody in my corner with these two gooners around.
つくづく甘いね
There we go. Are you Hakim or are you not, huh? I don't know. I don't know. It's a tough one. I'll have to ponder. Nah, I know. To be honest, I didn't know what Guna was until like a few months ago. And the only certified Guna in our community is Angel. Everybody else pales in comparison. I agree 100% with Liz. That man is a pinnacle of human race, and we have to treasure him like a national treasure that he is. Because we all have to be like Keanu. If everybody was like him, the world would be such a wonderful place. But unfortunately, that's an unachievable dream.
私の正義の全てをかけて鈴虫錦紅彦
Go.
全てをかけて鈴虫錦紅彦
Oh, I messed it up a little bit, but that's fine. There we go. That should be enough. Oh, did the stream bug out for a second? Apologies about that, guys. The game was fine, so I didn't notice it. You see, even the almighty YouTube sensei is not pleased. That's good, G. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. As I always say, there's a difference between thirsting for somebody and appreciating them. And you should be an appreciator of finer things, not thirsty. Because appreciation can be clenched. Quenched, rather. Not clenched. Well, clenched maybe as well, I don't know. But thirst cannot be. It's a never-returning curse.
私の正義の全てをかけて挽回鈴虫追式閻魔行くぞ
Michael Jordan is a good one. Is a good one.
鈴虫錦紅彦私の正義の全てをかけて
行くで神死にの槍無刀連人
私の正義の全てをかけて
Ooh, gee, that's big words. That's big words right there. I mean, to be honest, I don't know about basketball to have a say, but
神死にの槍もう食らわないっすバイバイ行くで神
Well, he clearly watched quite a bit of football, Hakim, and learned it from the best in the biz.
緩めましたね鈴虫追式閻魔私の正義の
I didn't even know there was.
鈴虫錦
Are you thinking about Space Jam G? Because if you're thinking about Space Jam and you didn't know that he was a basketball player as well, that's crazy.
神死にの槍無刀連陣
陸上こそ危なかったっすねつくづく甘い
I didn't even know there was an actor named Michael Jordan. Unless we're talking about the Space Jam Michael Jordan. In which case, it's the same Michael Jordan that plays basketball. So by saying that Michael Jordan is not that good, but the basketball Michael Jordan is good, you're kind of contradicting yourself. Because he is technically an actor as well. Oh, man. Okay, hold up. Ah, okay. I know this guy. Okay, I know this guy. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I know that guy. I don't remember him that well, but that is fair. I should Google who he was. No. I remember him now. I remember him now. Because I didn't remember that his name was Michael B. Jordan, to be honest with you. I recognize the face, but the name I didn't. It didn't click in my mind. There we go.
鈴虫追式閻魔
To be honest, before you mentioned it, I couldn't even recall what movies I saw him in. So I don't have an opinion on him as an actor, to be honest.
神死にの槍無刀連陣
私の正義の全てをかけて行くぞ
ここからは私がお相手いたします
神死にの槍
There we go.
連陣
So, Hakim.
bankai
5-10.
神死にの槍甘すぎ
よしバイバイ逃げ場はない
私の正義の全てをかけて
There we go.
鈴虫追式閻魔私の正義の全てをかけて鈴虫錦紅彦
神死にの槍無刀連陣
私の正義の全てをかけて
There we go. Very nice. Alright, let's see how much we got. 25k, not too bad, not too bad.
分かっている
Now,
過ぎない。
天差残月。
Let me take off the stamp. Put it on Ichigo. There we go.
天差残月。
This will do. Okay. Not bad. Let's see how much we can guess. So we got Yakuya,
用意はいい。
Kisuke, and Ichigo. Listen, Hakim, I haven't dated in the past 5 years. The only advice I can give is be yourself or die trying. Unless you need an advice on how to get a jacuzzi, I don't know what to tell you. Because that's my area of expertise. Everything else in romantic endeavors, I'm unprivy to. Ooh, come on. Liz, you're supposed to be the love expert. Where's all your love and deep space enthusiasm went? Unbelievable. This woman wants to keep all the secrets to herself. Now let's do this.
千本桜影石。
1, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. Listen, Liz, I'm just saying. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm not known as Mrs. Love Deep Space Connoisseur now, am I? Hakim pulled up his father pants up, you know. Pulled up his knee-high socks. He's like, listen here, Sonny. Use protection. Anyway, get out of here. I'm not slandering you, Liz. I'm merely professing your almighty prowess to the masses that you want to hide. In fact, next Saturday, Liz, you're gonna be responsible for showing me around your domain. Because I'm, I'm visiting. I'm gonna show up, and I'm gonna expect to get love in deep space. Because if I don't, then what is the point? There we go. Do you think I'm joking? Do you take me like the kind of man that I would joke about things like this? I'm serious. I always was, I always will be. Listen, Liz, I'm coming for your title. of the greatest war this world has ever seen, the side of the galaxy rather, has ever seen. And you're gonna tell me your secrets. You're gonna tell me I'm all about how do I woo man in deep space. Because I'm merely a novice and you're a sensei. And as such, you gotta teach me your ways. I like how Hakim talking like he's a seasoned veteran. Meanwhile, he's only older 2 years. It's a very nice dichotomy. Now listen, Liz. Sometimes sacrifices have to be made for the greater good of the universe. This conversation reminds me of, you know, if you go to a bar and there's like a seasoned goer there. And the first time you stumble on your order, he tells you exactly what to order and you're like, thank you very much. Oh, no worries, sonny. Been here all my life. Let me tell you all about it. That is true as well, G. That's actually pretty wise. Because some people live their entire life, and I mean, you wonder how they're getting out of the bed in the morning without tripping off their own leg and cracking their skull like Humpty Dumpty. And some people already have their entire life figured out by the age of 18, you know? That is a fair point, G. That is a fair point. Life is all about, you know, your own experience, G. It's good to have people around you that can advise you on those kinds of things. Because the thing is, I did a lot of dumb things when I was a kid myself, and if somebody told me, you know, it's not a good idea to jump from the rooftop of a building into a massive pile of snow, I probably wouldn't be where I am today, but you know what? That might have been for the better. Listen, Liz, it's alright. I'm merely a humble purveyor of eternal knowledge. And whether you take it or disregard is up to you.
千本桜影石身の程を知れ遅くなっちゃって紅姫堂の91戦時光天大砲
There we go. Yeah, that wasn't as clean as I would like it to be, but I'll take it, I'll take it. I see, you're gonna ask him the Tora question. Okay, go on, Hakim, go on. We're gonna know who he truly is. Important question, important question. Oh wait, hold up, not that one. This one. G, before you answer, I would really deliberate because this is one gonna tell us everything we need to know about you. You should be. It's not an easy question, and many men failed. And those that succeeded have never been the same since. So you should be prepared. That's not the question I thought you were gonna ask. Well, you know. I thought you were gonna ask if he's gonna box Mike Tyson for $1 million, but you know. Shows what I know. Or I'd play Shaq. Trust us, G, that was a general consensus for everybody except Hakim himself. Well, I didn't say the premise, Hakim. You can still go. You can still keep going. That's when he's gonna become jaded old man. He's gonna be through his honeymoon phase. Fair point, Liz. Fair point. I mean, to be honest, at the end of the day, money is momentarily. But your partner's trust is not. That's good to know, G. That's good to know. I was just making a joke. Don't worry about it. I'm glad that your moral values are aligned in a good way. Here we go, Hakim, business entrepreneur trying to justify his questionable moral stances. Listen, I have no horse in this race, Hakim. I told you my opinion about it before. Look, there's a difference between doing it behind your partner's back and talking to them first and getting their opinion on it. Because if you are... Okay, let me play the devil's advocate. If you're upfront and personal with your significant other, and you tell them about it, and if they tell you, you know, go for it, then you have a moral justification to do it. I still wouldn't, but at that point, you know, at the bare minimum, you inform your significant other and you said, okay, this is what's on the table, what do you think? If you do behind their back and then just show up with $1 billion, that's not good. That ain't right at all. But that's basically what you should have said, Hakim. I'm just giving you a lifeline, okay? Oh, jeez. You young whippersnappers, you'll learn one day. Oh. Okay. I know, Hakim, but you didn't clarify. That's what I mean. You have to be clear about it. Just like you weren't clear to me what the rules of me boxing Mike Tyson or playing against Shaq were. I had to drill you to get those facts. You have to lay the facts bare, and then ask people for their opinion. You can't just jump straight into conclusion. You gotta do a little bit of pregame. Listen, Hakim, you gotta give all the deeds. Because you might be thinking that it's an easy choice for most people, but it's not. Because you gotta consider the long-lasting implications.
大義なき正義は殺戮に過ぎない。
10番隊隊長筆ヶ谷藤代だ。
Let's go to point. Let's go to point. Well, not necessarily, Hakim, because there's such thing as swinging, and there's also, you know, consensual, you know, swapping, shall we say. And in those cases, no cheating if your partner is on board. It's a very tricky subject, but it's all depending. Cheating is basically when you do it without your partner's knowledge. Generally. Everything else is a kink. Okay? That's a difference. That's a difference. Because let me tell you, the world out there is wide and big. Many of things you might experience. Is all I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, open relationships are a thing, as Liz saying. It's a tricky subject. There's no right or wrong answer for it. It's all situational. Oh yeah, if they don't agree, that's cheating. That is correct, Hakim. That is correct. If it's consensual, that's a different thing. But if there wasn't prior agreement and prior conversation taking place, it's a very different subject. Because as you said, the amount of money is life-changing, and that's like generational wealth. But if that comes at a cost of trust of your significant other, and essentially gonna lead to a fracture of your relationship that you may or may not have built over the years, is that really worth it? Is it really worth to sell the trust of the individual that, you know, you spent majority of your time with, that you built happy memories with, all to be shattered for money? I don't know. You tell me. It's very different. That's why context matters. You always gotta be upfront with these kinds of questions. You gotta lay out the groundwork, if you will. That's a very mature thing to say to you. It's very good. Your girlfriend is one lucky lady. Well, that's why I said there's no right or wrong answer, Hakim. It's all about situation, circumstantial situation, you know? Because different people have different lives and different circumstances. And it's like, for some people, it's an easy no-brainer. For other people, it's a very difficult dilemma. As somebody that is not in a relationship, I'm taking the money because I don't have anybody to cheat on. All I have to do is one night stand and I'm getting $1 billion. That's easy for me. For somebody who is in a relationship, Hakim, that's a bit different. Because I'm cheating on the idea of significant other, you know? It's... Man, finding my Yuri every time is such a absolute headache. That is a good point, G. That is a good point. I mean, relationships are never easy, because different people need different approaches, and depending on how you approach different situation, you can either fracture or strengthen your relationship with said person. So, it's all a very sticky business, shall we say. Hakim, I told you I'm taking the money. Because who am I cheating on? You? I mean, if, you know, I'll get in a relationship with you for one night, you know? And then you'll pretend to be my significant other, and meanwhile, I'm gonna go get the bag, and we split it 50-50. What do you say? Because they don't need to know. They're not gonna check the background. What, they're gonna do a background check on us? No, come on. We taking the bag, basically. And we're getting the moral high ground. That is true, G. That is a good point as well. I'll say relationships are very sticky business. Like, I haven't been in many in my time, but I was very fortunate that all 3 that I've been in were very easy, shall we say. I never had, like, arguments or fallouts or somebody cheating on me or I cheated on somebody. Like, it was very, you know, straightforward, shall we say. So I can't speak from experience, but I witnessed a lot of people, you know, getting their entire lives ruined because of a stupid choice they make, or, you know, getting their mental health ruined because somebody did something to them during a relationship. It's like, it's all very messy stuff. Okay. How about I change it up, Hakim? I change it up the question for you. You have to spend the night with Shaquille O'Neal for $10 billion. And your girlfriend has to watch you do it. Would you do it? Would you? Because if you would, then I think you deserve the bag. Because that's an experience of a lifetime. I see how you change your tune, huh? What about your family situation, huh? A life-changing amount of money. Listen, Hakim, I'm just flipping the question back on you. Oh, jeez.
私をバカにしているのかね。え？
This fight is give me aneurysm, honestly. I like how we went all into philosophical dilemmas. Out of nowhere. Very refreshing. Nice to see some deep conversation go. Yeah, Hakim, but if you're changing people's around your lives with that sad money, but ruining your own in the process, is that even worth it? Because let's say you get the bag, right? And you buy all your family expensive clothes, expensive houses, paid vacations, but your wife or your girlfriend just hates you guts. Just absolutely hates you. And let's say you married at that point. Like, let's say she doesn't show hatred for you immediately, and she pretends everything is fine. You marry her. And 10, 20 years later, you discover that she absolutely hates you. Like, hates you to the core because of what you did that one day. To afford the lifestyle that you do now. Is it worth it? You know, it's these kind of things you have to consider. Well, Hakim, funny you say that because there are some people out there that treat cheating akin to, you know, essentially murdering their trust. And there's plenty of cases where people who cheat on their significant other, let's just say, end up isekai. So, I'm just saying, there's many different circumstances you have to consider. It's not quite straightforward. Also, Hakim, my offer stands. Get yourself a wig, get yourself a summer dress, you know, put on one of those big fake mustaches. We're gonna go to whoever gives us $1 billion and we're gonna say, me and my significant other over here, Hakimiya, would like to invest. And you know, we're going in, I do the deed, you empty the stash of money, you know, we're getting a couple more billion on top because, you know, for our trouble. We escape through the helicopter that we prepared beforehand and never to be seen again. We split the money 50-50. We go our separate ways, and then years later, like 20 years later, we meet in like Malibu Beach, you know, both with our significant others. We cross paths. We don't acknowledge each other, but we you know, we take our sunglasses off, our expensive aviators that cost 10 grand each. We take them off. We look at each other deep in the eyes. We give each other a nodding nod, and we part ways, never to be seen again. What do you say? Are you in or are you in? Okay. Let me quickly change the stamps. Let's do this one. Well, I'm a man of principle, Liz. I put the offer on the table. It's all up to you whether you take it. I'm not sure I'm gonna marry in the future, G. I'm gonna be a loose rogue, chasing billions right, left, and center. I'm gonna become the richest man alive, and nobody's gonna know how I earn my billions. Only me and Hakim will know. We're gonna be like Bonnie and Clyde. Going left, right, and center. Another day, another billion, as they say. Funny you say that, Liz. A lot of people do. A lot of people do. A lot of people stuck in relationships that they're not pleased with because of one reason or another. It's unfortunate, but a lot of people not happy in the relationship they're in. If you found somebody that you're like very happy with, you should count yourself lucky. Because unfortunately, there's not a general consensus with a lot of people. A lot of people get into relationships just to be with somebody, just to have the human connection. But if you actually found somebody who's like, you know, caring, loyal, you know, attentive to you, I feel like that's a blessing in disguise. And it's not easy to find somebody like that. No easy at all.
bankai kamishi no yari.
Let's go with this one. Gee, sometimes people spend their entire lives with somebody and they don't know them. It's very circumstantial. Because the thing is, somebody can just pretend. Like, it happened before, you know, when you spend a lot of time with somebody and you barely know them. Or at least you barely know their true selves. It's unfortunate, but you just gotta be vigilant. And gotta be careful who you associate yourself with. Liz, the entire world is your grandchild. I know, Liz. I know. It's unfortunate, but that happens, you know, in life. It's just like, the best thing you can do is just try your best to, you know, surround yourself with good people. And you can't really do anything more than that. Listen, Liz, happens more than you would like to think, unfortunately. As I said, in a lot of cases, people get together and then they just don't bother exploring each other's hobbies, interests, you know, and the next thing you know, you marry somebody and you spend your whole life with them and you barely know them. It happens. Some people marry for benefits, some people marry for, you know, companionship. Some people marry just because. You know? It's all very circumstantial. I see. Now it makes more sense, G. Now it makes more sense. You know what? Yagami was right. You should have started with that, and everything would have made sense. Well, Hakim, what do you think about the trolley problem? Because let me give you a question as well, since you mentioned the mathematical circumstances. Let's say there's two railways, right? And there's a train oncoming. And on one railway, there's three people that tie to the railway. And basically what's going to happen is a train is going to run over them, if nothing is going to happen. But there's a lever They only you can pull, nobody else. And said lever would redirect the train onto the second tracks, which only has one person tied on it. Now, would you pull the lever? Because theoretically speaking, if you do, you would save 3 people. But the blood of the one individual would be on your hand. Because you directly basically deciding their life. So you playing God in that particular moment. And what would you choose? Let me know. It's a question for everyone, really. If anybody else wants to answer, feel free. It's a good dilemma to ponder about. Because it makes you think, well, do you want to get involved physically? Or do you just become a bystander? And willingly know that you could have saved those 3 people, but you didn't. Or have blood of somebody else in your hands, but become a hero in disguise. See? No easy, is it? So you're just gonna be a bystander then, G? I see. Okay, let me rephrase it, Haki. The 3 members of your family on that track, and on another track is your significant other. Who would you say? We're putting into perspective of your logic. I'm just curious what your reason would be, that's all. And I'm not saying it as like a moral dilemma or anything. I'm just genuinely curious because it has been trolley problem has been studied extensively by a lot of scientists, and it's just interesting to see what the reasoning for different people is. Because from my personal perspective, I'm saving the 3 people because it's like statistically wise, you're saving more lives, and it's just how it is, you know. Okay, that's fair, Hakim. That's fair. As I said, there's no right or wrong answer for that. Because technically you're not involved at all until you make the choice. And it's just how it is. It is a fascinating dilemma, though. Makes you ponder. Makes you think of, like, your moral values and, you know, who you treasure truly. Because I would have been the same, Hakim. I would save my family as well. It's just how it is. But I was more curious if somebody would say, you know, their significant other otherwise, and just the reasoning for it. As I said, there's no right answer. In both cases, you're doing something bad. It's just all about evaluating the choice and being like, okay, are you thinking about it from mathematic perspective? Or like saving more lives, or are you thinking from emotional perspective? I know you. And that's what I'm saying, like, in that moment, there's gonna be a lot of different choices. Because if let's say it's my parents, and let's say it's one of my grandparents there. Okay, let's make it even easier. Let's say it's my uncle and 2 of my grandparents. Let's just remove my immediate family. I still would have saved my family. Just because I feel like for me personally, I wouldn't be as much romantically involved with this individual as I would be emotionally connected to my family. Personally. Because like my grandparents have been a very big part of my life. So is my uncle. And to me personally, that kind of connection, I don't think I could have forged with somebody in a romantic relationship unless I spent a very, very long time with them. And that's just how it is. But it is an interesting dilemma. It always will be. Because it just helps you dive into your psyche and basically uncover, okay, who am I? And why do I think this way? Because I thought about it extensively before. Because when I first learned about it, I actually pondered about myself and be like, okay, well, what would I do? And in that particular problem, you know, it's just random strangers. But if you want to make it deeper, you can go with any sort of relationship. Like, for example, you can put your parents and your grandparents on the other side. And it's like, which one do you want to save, or you know? Like your significant other and your mom, for example. Which one would you save? Stuff like that, you know? It's just interesting to think about these things. Because chances are it's never gonna happen, but you know, if it does, at least you're gonna be morally prepared to make a choice. Well, not always, Hakim. Not always, because some people are much closer to their grandparents than they are to their parents. It's not always straight card forward. I know, Hakim, but it's not really about what they want, it's about what you want. Because as I said, a lot of people build emotional connection with their family members in a very different way. Like, for example, I'd say I'm much closer to my grandparents than I am to my parents, and I'm close to both of them. But that is simply because I spend so much time with my grandparents. And I just build a lot of emotional connection with them. So, for people in my circumstance, for example, there might be a much harder choice. Because yes, you can think about it rationally, being like, okay, your grandparents lived probably a very good life. They probably, you know, lived extensively. And if you think logically, you'd be like, okay, my parents, you know, they still have a life ahead of them. So I should pick them. But at that moment, you're going to be like, but my grandparents, I have so many good memories with them. I don't want to let them go. And at that point, a lot of people would just freeze, most likely. They would just be literally struck with the decision, and they probably wouldn't do anything. So that's how it is usually. Oh, absolutely, G. As I said, I just brought it up as a, you know, a little moral exercise, if you will, a little bit of a choice. Because I love thinking about, you know, moral dilemmas like that when I was a young man, shall we say. I used to think about it all the time, just like a little brain teaser, if you will. And it's just good to ponder. Because sometimes, you know, life is not really cut dry. Sometimes it's very tricky. And sometimes you have to make choices. And say choices will define who you are, one way or another. So, yeah, pretty fascinating stuff. And I think there was actually a game back in the day of trolley problems, where they would give you actual dilemmas themselves, and you would have to choose, basically. And whichever one you choose, it would give you it would save the answers, and at the end of it, it would give you a moral compass, basically summary of what those said choices said about you as a person. And that was very interesting. I don't know if the game is still around, but it has been a decade probably since it was a thing. I remember I discovered it in, I believe, high school. My friend told me about it. But, yeah, fascinating stuff. Alright. Let's go with this one. Let's go with this one. That is true, Hakim. That is true as well. As I said, there's never a right answer. It's only answer that, you know, align with your own worldview, with your own preferences, with your own, you know, choices that you made in your life that led you to that point and stuff like that. It's all a contributing factor. Oh, growing up is absolutely a contributing factor because there are a lot of people out there that are like very distant from their parents, and in those cases, you know, they might not be as compelled. Pretty much. That's why life is like a never-ending journey of, you know, self-learning, self-discovery, because when you think about it, every, I want to say, 5 years or so, you're a completely different person to who you were. Like, think about it this way. Like, let's say, I'll take myself for example. When I was 20, I was a completely different individual to what I am right now. I was less confident, I was a little bit more timid, I was kind of lost. I didn't know what to do with my life here and there. You know, I was struggling to like figure out what I wanted to achieve, what's my goals, what's my aspirations. And now, I'm still like, you know, not 100% certain what my life leads to, but I'm much more confident, I'm much more, you know, calm, I'm much more ground-headed. And the person that I was 5 years ago to the person I am now is night and day. And that's what I feel. In a lot of people's cases, you experience new things, you know, you try new things, you go to new places, you meet new people. And that's what defines who you shape to be. And every like 5, in some cases 10 years, you just become a completely new person. Luigi, as I said, I'm a mere humble purveyor of eternal knowledge. And as long as I can give you a little bit of, you know, food for thought, shall we say, that's all that matters. Because as I said, I was really deep into philosophy in general. When I just finished high school, I got into like a lot of ancient books and like texts about human psyche, human philosophy, you know, what's life all about and all that good stuff. Just because I was trying to figure out who I was and why, you know, I am who I am and all this stuff. And it led me to a lot of like self-discovery, self-realization, you know, self-improvement to an extent. And it's just good to think about these things. Same time, 3 p.m. Hakim. 3 p.m. And tomorrow we're probably actually gonna try Arknights, because I've been kind of putting off that game for quite a while, and I just want to give it a shot, see if we like it. And if not, you know, it's just gonna be one stream off. But after that, we'll see what we do. If we like the game, we're gonna keep playing it. If not, we're gonna bounce to Wuthering Waves at some point next week and do some story in there. See how it goes. I also have like stamps to farm on my free-to-play account, so we might do that interchangeably here and there. But yeah, we'll see. For you, I think it's gonna be 4 p.m. Hakim. I think it's always good to have that phase, Liz. No matter like at what point in your life you are, you never know who you truly are. And it's always good to like keep discovering, you know, what you like, what you dislike, why you like them, why you dislike them, and just constantly evolve. Because life is not a stagnant object, you know, it's not a predetermined path that you can just chart out and basically live in a certain way. It's always going to be pretty much unknown and undiscovered until you embark on that path. And when you do, it might be good, it might be bad, you never know. No worries, Hakim, it's fine. I appreciate the company either way. Hopefully you have a good football game tomorrow.
神死にの槍無刀連陣
I think Liz did succeed because I've known Liz for the better part of 2-3 years at this point. And let me tell you, she became way more confident. When I first met her, she was a completely different person. So, from my personal experience, I'd say she succeeded. And I've seen a lot of her personal growth as well firsthand, which made me very proud of her.
神死にの槍無刀連陣
私の全てをかけて
神死にの槍無刀連陣
遅くなっちゃってバイバイ紅姫激動の90紅姫戦時法廷逮捕行くで鈴虫追式
There's no need for things, Liz. I'm just saying the truth.
私の
Just saying the
全てを
truth.
かけて鈴虫錦紅彦
I bet Hakimi is a power forward. He screams. I'll look forward, I guess. Oh wait, I'm thinking of basketball toes. Man, my brain is fried. I was thinking of striker. Jeez Louise. Oh. Well, gee, sometimes you can't get everything you want. Unfortunate. It's universe telling you to build Yorisha, unfortunately. For better or for worse. Okay. Ah, I see, Hakim. So you're right in the eye of the storm, they say. Okay, let's collect this stuff as well. And I need to do Symphony of War. Let's do that. I thought so, Liz. I thought so. I think this was actually roughly about the time when we met. I believe it was in early February, wasn't it? Good memories. I think I was playing like Leeway Jean Lee Quest, and you just suddenly showed up out of nowhere. While me, Greg, and I think Dark at the time were losing our mind on that perfume lady, the one that's super thirsty. And it was good time, good time.
遅くなっちゃって行くで紅姫千本桜
G asking the hard-hitting questions.
神死にの槍無刀連陣よ
遅くなっちゃってバイバイ紅姫紅姫行くで陸上航路遅くなっちゃって91戦時法廷逮捕総括泣け行くで紅姫
I'm surprised you remember the name of that lady, Liz. Clearly you were more infatuated with her than I was.
バイバイ私のステージのすべてをかけて鈴虫錦紅彦
It was indeed, Liz, it was indeed.
神死にの槍無刀連陣
It was simpler times, shall we say. Alright. Wow. What a thing to be known for. Gee. Golly. I'm not gonna, Liz. I'm not gonna, trust me. The less I know, the better.
遅くなっちゃってすいません紅姫
神死にの槍無刀連人
I mean, it runs in their blood, I guess, Hakim. Football and England go hand in hand. It's like tea and a cup. It just goes... Public outrage is a common occurrence. That's why a lot of British football fans are banned across the world from traveling because it causes commotion whenever they go. It's a, it's a very special occasion, shall we say. But yeah, I never understood really getting that heated up, shall we say, about a game. Not really my kind of hustle, but you know, you gotta respect it, I guess. The enthusiasm and the passion. Kinda, G, kinda.
神死にの槍無刀連人
私の生徒の全てをかけて遅くなっちゃってすいません紅姫
神死にの槍無刀連人神死にの槍無刀連人
Speak for yourself, Liz. I'm not passionate about football at all. But it do be like that. I mean, they even go bank holiday for Scotland because they qualified, I think, for the next World Cup, I believe. So they take this stuff very seriously over here.
私の生徒の全てをかけて
Prima G, you climbing the ranks. Liz, are you feeling threatened? Have they, Hakim? Wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Sounds just like us.
神死にの槍無刀連人
私の生徒の全てをかけて遅くなっちゃってすいません紅姫紅姫戦時後天大砲
It always amazes me how some people get so passionate about a game. And the thing is, they talk about it like they're actually playing part in it as well, which is just so hilarious to me. Oh yeah, have you seen us play last night? Oh yeah, you scored pretty well, you know. And it's always was just so funny to be listening to these conversations like high school and all that. 'Cause people just get so involved, and I wish I was even half as passionate about anything in life. But unfortunately, I'm not. Okay, let's see. Let's claim this. And let's claim... Oh, I already take that. That's fine. Okay, so I got extra stamina. Let's see. I can do actually 2 more runs of the stamp. So let's do that quickly. Well, Liz, just because you don't like football doesn't mean you can't become a casualty of somebody who does. Because let me tell you, when hands start swinging, nobody cares whether you like football or not. As long as you're in line of impact, you better be ducking. Like, just part of life, Liz. Part of life.
神死にの槍無刀連陣 バイバイ行くで神死にの槍無刀連陣
Of course he did, Hakim. Of course he did. And he wanted to have a very nice, polite conversation with you. With, you know, with his hand to your kidneys. To tell you why exactly your opinion was invalid. I'm sure that was what's gonna happen. Oof. It's always funny to me.
神死にの槍無刀連陣 神死にの槍無刀連陣
Oh, has he? Oh, so he was actually directly involved in the game. I see, I see.
死にの槍無刀連陣
Okay, that makes it a little bit more, I guess, understandable. Not really, but you know, at least he had a decent reason enough, I guess, to be mad. But then again, getting angry over somebody saying the team your son plays in sucks, it's kind of childish, but I guess. You are not incorrect, G. You are not incorrect. I wish I could say you're wrong, but unfortunately you're not. It do be like that. It do be like that. And that's a sad part. But it is like that. Of course it would, Hakim. You kidding me? If England had the chance to win a World Cup, and all they would have to do is sacrifice all 9 generations of their families, they would do it in a drop of a hat. It wouldn't even be a question. It would just be a question of how many do you have to do it. But to be honest, I never understood people who are passionate about it. Because at the end of the day, it's just a game. You know? Like, I know it's a cliche way of saying that something doesn't matter as much, but like, it genuinely is just a game. It's not that deep, and neither is it too serious. It's just basically a bunch of millionaires running on the field kicking ball. It's not that deep. Yet a lot of people get very passionate about it. Yeah, you see, Liz, that's going a step too far. I feel like at that point, you know, you're a very special kind of individual. Because only a very special type of individual will do something like that. Normal people don't care as much. Okay.
しょうがねえな。
用意はいいっすか。
ご迷惑。
本気や、
I'm
ね。
just gonna use my base team for this. Well, Hakima is on personal vendetta against Argentina. The man will never let them go. Hi there, Jason. Glad to see you back. You missed a lot. You missed the philosophical dilemmas. You missed the question of the century on par with Toto's. You know, about the 3 sizes and all that good stuff. And now we went back into the football, you know? The sport that pretty much half of the people that partake in said conversation know nothing about, being me and Liz. And 2 people who know about it, being G and Hakeem, kind of educating us on it. To be honest, they is pretty funny, G. How did he cheat, Hakeem? What is it? What is this gossip? What's the tea? Did he like walk up to the goalie and just kind of drop the ball with his hands or something? Like what happened? I see you, I see. Well, you know at least more than me and Liz. That's already much more than we can ask. Soccer, I see, huh, Justin? Fair enough, fair enough. Ah, I see, Hakim, I see. Well, we all know that football, in order to play it on a professional level, you have to be a part-time actor. That's a requirement. In fact, maybe even full-time. And then be somewhat decent at football. Otherwise,
純粋なものはそれ同士惹かれ合うものだ。
なんや、珍しいね。僕に話しかけるやなんて。
Let's see. Actually, hold up. Is it the same? Okay, it is the same. So I might as well just do them both at the same time, actually. I'm gonna save a little bit more also later.
何度でも蘇るさ。
Well, to be honest, the reason why they changed the name is because they have American football, so I guess they just wanted to, you know, differentiate it, if you will, so people don't get confused.
泣け、鈴虫。
しょうがね
Which is fair enough. Fair enough.
分かっている。
本気やね。
ご迷惑でしょ。
しょうがねえな。
Ooh, Hakim got a personal vendetta, clearly.
次の舞悪連次の舞悪連
That's fair, Justin, that's fair. I mean, to be honest, I don't care either way. At the end of the day, it's just a sport. Whatever you call it, it's fine. But some people actually get very agitated when you call it soccer. To me, it's like it doesn't matter. But it is funny to see some people who actually get legitimately mad about it. Oof.
しょうがね
Wow.
えな次の舞悪連
Well, isn't he like the best player in the world right now, Hakim? Or at least that's what I heard. I don't know if that's the case. I just wonder what your thoughts about that are.
悪連
He isn't? Okay, fair enough. I'm not privy to these matters. I'm just genuinely curious, I guess. I'm a curious little George over here.
しょうがねえな次の舞悪連
Burgundy. That's the most American name I ever heard in my life. I feel like Hakim is typing out a whole paragraph saying why Messi is not the best player in the world. I think I opened a can of worms. Unintentionally.
Wakatte iru.
分かっている仕方が
ご迷惑
用意は
Oof. Rough. I mean, to be honest, he probably has enough money anyway, Hakim. Isn't he like a billionaire, most likely? I mean, it is originating in Europe, Justin, so the people here just take it way more seriously. I feel like for you, it's mostly, you know, American football and basketball that you guys go in ham for. And I guess baseball, maybe, to an extent. It's kind of your territory, your domain. Yeah, I know, but he also lives in Saudi Arabia, you know, it's a bit different. I know that man earns crazy amounts of money.
仕方がない
But I'm sure both of them are loaded beyond belief, so neither of them really has to continue, like, working. Because I remember when I was a young man, like, Ronaldo and Messi, you know, were the two big names in football. Even though I never watched it, even I knew it. No tax either, yes. Yes, indeed. it's crazy to think that somebody earns their amount of money when somebody has to spend like their entire life and maybe not even earn that much. Crazy stuff. I didn't have an opinion about either one of them, to be honest, but... Is he the only billionaire in football? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I mean, to be honest, good for him. Good for him. Because, you know, he took that bag and... Godspeed to him. Because I'm sure a lot of people would prefer to be in his place, and it's like... Gotta do what you gotta do. Trust me, Justin, I'm pretty sure everybody hates it. That's why I say you gotta be a part-time actor to play professional football. Oh, man. It was always funny for me to watch those kind of events, shall we say. Because I remember when I was a kid, I would occasionally see like my grandfather or you know, my dad watching it. And man, I always thought they were so hilarious when somebody would just fall over and they would pretend like they shattered the entire kneecap. And then, you know, as soon as the referee gives like a yellow or red card or whatever, they would just stand up, dust themselves off, and just continue playing. It's so funny to me. It's not even apologetic, you know? I have a little bit of knowledge. I probably have about 1% list, so I think with our powers combined, we're looking pretty good. I'll keep spreading the hate. Can't stop this man. I feel like Millennium can pass and Hakim is still gonna remember that Argentina being dirty cheaters like he claims them to be.
天差残月ここまで遅くなっちゃってる行くぜ手にくれ
I mean, to be fair, let's be real. When it comes to football, there's very few countries that actually care. Like, it's always interesting to see how many countries actually participate and how many countries actually, like, legitimately try their best to win. Because it's probably not even 1/10. Let's be real. Same list, same. But it is funny to pretend like you do. I think that's very funny. Is it? I thought Liz mentioned it was Mexico, wasn't it? Liz, did you lie to me? Unbelievable. Trust me, Liz, I've seen a few brawls here and there in my time when people get, shall we say, very passionate about these things. And I personally never understood them, never will, but what can I say? It's never been my hustle, I guess. Oh, okay, that makes more sense than hockey. Because I thought the way Liz portrayed it was hosted in Mexico, but I guess not. Hold up, G, hold up. Roll it back. Roll it back. You gotta give a backstory. What do you mean just some random uncle tried to kiss you? What? First of all, that's an assault. Second of all, why? Was it like an intimidation tactic? Did it try to, you know, ensure that you didn't swing as hard? A little deception maneuver? Because that can't be right. You don't just play a game of cricket and just some random individual walks up and, like, tries to give you a smooch. That makes it even worse. What was the context, though? Did he just roll up and be like, alright, it's kissing time? Like, what? Ah, I see, Liz. Didn't know that. That's fair, that's fair. Okay. Alright.
純粋なものはそれ同士惹かれ合うものだ。
俺の氷輪丸は氷雪系最強。
And his defense tactic was to kiss you? The more you tell me about this story, the weirder it gets. But keep going. Keep going. I guess we hit it already. I apologize, Liz. I misunderstood. I called you a truth deceiver, not a liar.
しょうがねえな。
分かっている。
泣ける。
ご迷惑で。
And I apologize for it already.
しょうがねえな。
I can just imagine you having an argument with some random guy and his defense tactic is just to kiss you. Because to be fair, that is a maneuver that is not written in Sun Tzu's Book of War. Let's be real. Ain't nobody's prepared for a random kissing attack. Because, you know, you can't be prepared for like a punch, a kick, a headbutt, you know. But what's gonna prepare you for a kiss? I don't think anything can. That is an interesting maneuver that I'm not sure I'm gonna incorporate in my self-defense tactics, but it's definitely one to, you know, keep in mind.
観念しろ。逃がすかよ。優先か。
Looks like it, Hakim. Looks like it.
次の舞白蓮。逃がすかよ。優先か。
I'm pretty sure I would just call the police immediately. I wouldn't even bother explaining to my parents, because it's like, that ain't right.
しょうがねえな。
That's one way of looking at it, G. Listen, Liz, I don't think I'm ready for unexpected kissing attacks. They just ain't happening. You gotta first take me to dinner, you know, get to know each other. Answer, you know, would you find Shaquille O'Neal for $1 million? And would you, you know, play a basketball match against Mike Tyson for the same amount? And only then will I consider exchanging, you know, an affectionate gesture known as kissing. But no moment sooner.
次の舞白蓮。
I haven't, but I can imagine it, G. I mean, to be fair, let's be real. Even if his girlfriend was a giant, like 6'7", she still would look tiny in comparison to him. The man has just been dealt, you know, a set of cards I don't think anybody can deal with. I see. Hakim's thinking of it as a business endeavor. I wouldn't think less of you, Hakim. Wouldn't think less. That shark mentality is always present. Listen, Liz, I still have to follow the procedures. When it comes to romance, there's no easy ways out. It's a systematic approach, and you gotta follow it to a T. I feel like you awaken a shark mentality in Liz as well, Hakim. You're turning everybody into a business mogul unlike any. The hustle mentality is permeating deep
珍しいね
in the
僕に話
masses.
しかけるやなんて
泣け
本気
泣け鈴
困る。
泣け鈴
I mean, that's one way of looking at it, Hakim, I guess. Gee, even if you were 47, you know, if somebody just randomly starts kissing you, they ain't right. That's an assault on every possible ground. Age at that point just makes things worse.
私の正義の全てをかけて鈴虫追式閻魔私の正義の全てをかけて鈴虫錦紅彦 私の正義の全てをかけて
神死にの槍無刀連陣
私の正義の全てをかけて
神死にの槍無刀連陣
鈴虫追式閻魔
That's good mentality to have, G.
全てをかけて鈴虫錦紅彦
神死にの槍無刀連陣
正義の全てをかけて
神死にの槍無刀連陣
Hakim, you and your double standards, this guy. Unbelievable.
私の正義の全てをかけて
神死にの槍無刀連陣
Since when did Liz change gender? Is there a new occurrence?
閻魔
Last time I checked, I thought she was a grandma, but somehow she turned into a grandpa. How times have changed. Who can you trust?
の槍無刀連陣
正義の全てをかけて
神死にの槍無刀連陣
私の正義の全てをかけて
挽回神死にの槍
I guess, G, I guess. Well, Liz, the truth has been spoken. I knew it all along, you receiver. An Arctic penguin? I identify as an Apache helicopter, and you shall address me as such. It's alright, Liz. It's alright. Don't worry about it. You're the best grandpa grandma duo this world has ever seen. You're 2 in 1. You know? Good things come in double the package. It's like a deal, you know, buy one get one free. Helicopter. I don't even know what helicopter would be, to be honest. I don't think I want to ask anymore, G. I think that's all I need to do. You're pretty sure or you're certain? Because if you're just pretty sure, that leaves room for interpretation. And you don't want to have that. That is true indeed, G. That is true indeed. But usually that applies to things like food, you know. Or, you know, games, stuff like that. Not necessarily gender. But you know what? I ain't judging. I ain't judging. You are certain? Well, Liz, as long as you are. As long as you are. Okay, let's sort it. Let's do this one. I'm not judging nobody. I'm in no position to judge anyone. As you say, life is too short for judgment. I'm merely assessing. Yes, Liz, I'm listening. What would you like to say?
しょうがねえな。わかっ。ごめん。しょうがねえな。次の舞、ハクレン。
I mean, I didn't think about it that way, G, but I guess. That wasn't really my hustle, to be fair. I don't think I ever even had a sleepover. Because the thing is, when it comes to sleep, I don't really want to be surrounded by my friends, because they're inviting trouble. Especially with the kind of friends I was friends with, are you kidding me? By the time I wake up, I probably would have marker shaped, you know, genitalia all over my face, hands, and whatever else offers they manage to get their hands on. That's inviting trouble. Hi there, Twilight. Let's see. Hopefully doing well. Fair point, G, I guess. Fair point. That's an assault, G. That ain't right. I was thinking more instant stuff. I see, Twilight. You've been looking around. Very good, very good. Hakim, if you're gonna have a sleepover with your female friends, I feel like that's not sleepover at that point. That's a very different kind of, you know, entrapment, shall we say. I have some good female friends. I feel like it's good to have both, to be honest, because it gives you perspective. If you only surround yourself with similar, you know, gender, you don't get two perspectives on similar issues. Because sometimes, you know, you consult your male friends and your female friends and get very different advice. It's always good to compare. Contrast and compare, as I say. You're never gonna live it down, Liz. The grandpa title is waiting you. I see, G, I see. So hiding in plain sight, huh? Trying to blend in. I see your game. That's called friendship with benefits, Hakim. That's a different kind of friendship. But fair enough, I guess. Fair enough. No, I didn't know that, G, to be honest. I mean, that's one way of looking at it, I guess, Hakim. I'll give it a check later, G, after we're done with this. To me, Hakim, personally, the female friends that I have, I just enjoy their company. And that's kind of it. I never really thought about anything else more than that. Because to me, being like, let's say, physically involved with somebody, that's actually a different kind of relationship.
私の正義の全てをかけて鈴虫錦紅彦
Listen, I legitimately never had a relationship with benefits, so I don't know what you want me to back you up on, Hakim. I genuinely only ever made friends with people who I like company of. That's basically it. I've never been a player, neither will I be. To me, if I was romantically involved in somebody, I made it very clear from the start that that was the intention. I wasn't like, oh, let's start as friends and then see how it goes. No, 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 no. That's not the kind of games I'm playing. It's straight away. You're either in or are you out? Are you investing? Yes? Okay, let's go. If not, well, see you later. Actually, to be fair, all three relationships that I've been in, actually, my partners at the time asked me out. Not the other way around. I don't think I ever asked anybody out. For two reasons. First of all, I couldn't be bothered. Second of all, I couldn't be bothered. And third of all, too much work. I appreciate the vote of confidence, Twilight. No, it's just, I was never the kind of individual to seek, like, romantic encounters. But in a few cases, there was some ladies that, you know, I didn't mind company of, and they were like, oh, do you want to go to, you know, this concert, or do you want to go to this place, coffee shop, and one thing led to another, and they were like, oh, are you seeing somebody? I was like, no, and they would just ask the question. And I'd be like, let's give it a shot, see how it goes. No, I haven't, Liz. And it's not me flexing, being like, look at the chat I am, I don't even have to ask people out. They just throw themselves at me. That's not the case. I'm just genuinely never had, not necessarily a reason, but like, the chance to do so, I guess. I will, hold up. I don't know what prime you're speaking of, Hakim, but I guess so. Lily, I don't even know either. When I was 19, what was I doing? Let me think. I just finished college. I was working. And at the time, I was actually in a relationship. So I think I broke up at right at the precipice when I was 20, because my significant other at the time was moving to South Korea, I believe. So I wasn't really doing much. And to be fair, I wasn't even dating until I was... When was the first started? 14, 15? Somewhere there. The first relationship took me from, I think, 14 to 16. Then I had one from 16 to 17. And then one from 18 to roughly 20. Somewhere there. So it's been a while. It has been a while. That's a tricky one, Twilight. Man, romance is a tricky beast.
相変わらずやな。
間に合ったわ。
Oh, actually, yeah.
相変わらずやな。
Hold on.
口利け28代当主
僕の真相。どのくらい
Oh, that's a cute little feature.
相変わらずやな。
ごめんな。
なんや珍しいね。僕に
相談しないと痛いことするわよ。
That is interesting. That is interesting. I guess, Liz, I wasn't blaming anyone. I was just stating the facts. Oh. I mean, I think I found like quite a
な
few
ん
of
や
them, to be
珍
honest.
しいね。
Yeah, I
あ
can.
んたい
ああ、ほんま、どうして来てもうたんやろ。
I think they took those lines from the anime because you can hear there is some muffling in the background, like it comes from like a TV or something, which is kind of like a nice touch, to be honest. That's kind of cute. Okay, let's collect all this stuff. Did we finish this? Yes, we did. Okay, let's do... Where was it? This one. Just so I don't have to do it later. Let's see if I still remember what I was doing earlier today. Probably not, but you know. It's alright. I think Gin's character is one of my personal favorites just because the man literally spent his entire life trying to protect Rangiku. And the way he went out, as much as I love our main man, Aizen, I feel like he did him dirty. But, you know, it is what it is. I think here. Let's go there. I don't know, he might, he might. I mean, they brought back the Grimjow and, you know, a bunch of other characters that we thought were gone, so, you never know. You never know. I don't think it was about that, Twilight. They literally grew up together. So it was a bit different. They literally knew each other since like the age of 5. I don't think that was an intention. I mean, the same principle was like Renji and Rukia, you know, they knew each other since they were like pretty much toddlers, essentially. Okay. There we go. Only you, Hakim. Only you would think that way. I mean, you're not wrong, but man. To boil it down to that. Ooh. Oh, man, gee. That's one way of thinking about it, I guess. How did the entire Gin's legacy boil down to him not being able to, you know, sleep with Rangiku? How did they lead to that point? Jeez Louise. Liz, don't you get started as well. Liz is gonna be a full law goblin and she's gonna be, well, actually... Okay. And to be fair, before Gin, you know, departed to Hoakamundo, we don't know what was happening between him and Rangiku. It's never been established, so you never know. Because, I mean, did you guys know that Aizen actually had wife and kids? Did you know that? Aizen was actually married, and he has a child. So what's to say Gin wasn't the same? If our Lord and Savior Aizen, with his omnipotent powers, had the time to, you know, make a child, who's to say somebody else did? There we go. Exactly, Twilight. Exactly. Okay. Oof. I don't think he necessarily did it for power. He had a higher goal in mind, I feel like. Because originally, the Aizen's idea was to overthrow the 5 noble houses. That was like his entire grind. It wasn't really to seek power. It just came in the process of it. Because he had beef with 5 noble houses being like, they control silent society and in fact, you know, just basically oppress people because of that. Like, he was against the entire social caste that Soul Society was having and all that good stuff. Exactly, Hakim. Because if he never left, if Aizen was just a family man, would never be graced with his almighty presence, and that's a fate worse than death. I can't even imagine it. I mean, Yamamoto literally... Do you know the story of how Soul Society started? It was basically Yamamoto just being like, I gotta get this place on track. And when you think about it, Yama is not necessarily a good guy. Like, genuinely, when you think about what he did and like the way he treats everyone, I don't think he'd call him necessarily a good guy. So you're not wrong, but, you know, who is a good guy? Because Aizen is not a good guy either. Nobody is. And that's what makes Bleach so good. Because there's no clear, you know, good and bad. There's only a difference in opinion, difference in worldview, and difference in, you know, how the outlook on life in general. Because you can argue that Kisuke was the ultimate evil. With the things he was doing, I mean, can you call him a good guy? I don't know. I know, G. I know. That's what I mean. It's like, it's all about the equilibrium, because if there's too many souls in Soul Society, it's no good. If there's too many people in the world of living, it's not good. And if there's too many souls in Hakamundo, it's not good. So, it's not a good world in general. I don't know what to tell you, G. I'm just doing a puzzle. See. Alright. Let's go. This. Well, he will be at some point, G. If the copyright gods do not strike this game before then. We will get him eventually. When? Nobody knows, but we will get him eventually. There we go. Draws. Because, I mean, we still didn't have any Stone Raiders, we still didn't have, you know, the hype Ichigo forms, or the hype, we didn't have a single Aranka, Espada, you know. Still a lot of cool stuff ahead, and the 1,000-year Blood War is not on the horizon, shall we say. It's still years and years down the line. Unless I want to speedrun it, which might be the case. And we still don't even know if they're going to do seasonal characters either. Like Bleach Brave Souls, or if they're going to go pure, you know, story-driven type of stuff. It's not clear. Not clear. Okay, so that's sorted. Sort this out as well. Oh, geez. Sorry to hear that, Liz. Get yourself a hot compress, drink some tea, and try to get some rest, to be honest. Because it sounds you need some, you know, sleep, shall we say. Ichibe? I mean, Ichibe would be pretty cool as well, Twilight. As I say, I just don't think they are on the horizon at all. With the way story has been progressing, we're already 2 months in, and I mean, we only started Wakamundo arc, so I don't think we in that realm yet. In about a year, maybe, but for now, I just don't see it happening. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Okay. So we did all that. That's fine. I guess I can do these adventures quickly. Because I forgot to unlock the last slot for the adventure on this account. It has been a while, to be honest, when I could unlock it. Okay, so let's do Ichigo's team as well. And let's do... let's put this on him. This, and this. Unless they start doing double banners, Hakim, you never know. You never know. They might. I doubt it, but they might. To be honest, we still don't know what's happening with, like, the UR characters. So, it might be those types of units only come out then. And it all depends how far in between they are. Will be interesting to see. I feel like half anniversary is going to tell a lot about how this game is going to be progressing, to be honest. It's gonna be a telltale sign what to expect in the future. Yes, Liz, I'm listening.
鈴虫追式縁の私の正義の全てをかけて鈴虫錦紅彦
I don't know, Liz. I don't know. It will depend on the tides of time. I do it, listen. If any game asks me to do it, I'll do it. Oh. What are you referring to, Segdu? What are you waiting for? If you're talking about luck, I don't know you can pay enough for that. Ooh, that's not good, Segdu. I would contact their customer support or like drop a ticket in Discord, because I think they open those, and see if they can help you out with that. Because that's not good. Maybe, Hakim. Depends on the character. I appreciate that, Twilight. I appreciate it. I enjoy doing VA stuff. Ever since I was a kid, I was very fascinated by the art, shall we say. It's always nice to get some recognition for it. I'm not sure I would apply for game developer, to be honest, Liz. I mean, I have ideas, but I don't know if if they would just hire me out of nowhere. I wouldn't mind, you know, if they're looking for a consultant of some kind who may or may not know a lot about Bleach and may or may not know a lot about gacha games. I'm on board. I'll tell them all the secrets towards success. The first to which is releasing swimsuit Aizen skin. You know, you price it for $9.99, instant 100 million profit right there. I mean, they're clearly missing out. They hire me and I'll make them the big bucks. Shark mentality indeed, Liz. You see, when money gets involved, that's when Hakim perks up. The man ain't playing around. Oh, it's that rhythm game. I've never been good at these, but let's see. Ooh, send him an email now. Now that's talking. That's a true threat, unlike any. Oh man, kind of messed it up. Listen, Liz. I'll do it for free as long as they fulfill my gacha addictions. If they give me, you know, every single unit B6 as long as they come out, I'll do it for free. I'll give them all the big ideas. I know, Hakim, trust me. I know. When it comes to money, you're the man. If I ever need a treasurer to, you know, maintain my enormous wealth in the future when I do get all those billions that we've been talking about, I'll know who to call. There we go. Okay, counters. Counter. I guess it counts as a load. I'm glad you're on board, Hakim. I'm glad you're on board. There we go. Never been good at the rhythm games, but you know, it is what it is. Trying our best. Well, Twilight, I don't know. Hakim is my treasurer, so you need to ask him. Hakim, I'm not sure what I'm doing tomorrow, let alone next summer. When it comes to plans, they are very spontaneous for me. And usually, to be fair, I don't really go places during summer. Just because everything is, like, super expensive and also I don't really like heat that much. Like, I like warm weather, but, like, not hot. Because I have one of those weird bodies where my body just rejects heat. And, I just get red and... It's not good. Not good. Oof. 250% interest rate, wow. That's a... That'll put some loan sharks to shame. Would make them blush, if anything. Listen, Liz. Whatever works. Whatever works. Okay, hold up. Hold up. I need to go change to my gear. I forgot that I removed the stamp from my Ichigo, so he does no damage. Oh, actually, hold up. So I need double. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, that should be fine now. I mean, yeah, man gotta eat. And we eating good tonight. With such high interest rates, you get me? Going to 5-star hotels. Dining like kings and queens tonight. I mean, maybe, Twilight, maybe. Where do I get the art, though? That's a question. I don't think I can just phone up Picasso and be like, my main man, can I borrow some stuff, please? And I don't think my artistic skill set, shall we say, is appropriate enough to warrant such an investment. I mean, you do get a point, Twilight. You do get a point. I will consider it. Not the kind you think it of, probably, Liz. Yeah, but that was a very long time ago, Liz. That was a very long time ago. I'm out of practice. Am I good at selling dreams, Hakim? Well, I don't know. Haven't tried, but the first time for everything, I guess. You invest merely half of your possession for an easy installment of 3 payments, and you get double your return within 2 to 3 years. Are you in or are you in? And the structure may or may not resemble a pyramid-like shape. You know, you ever been to Egypt? You seen the pyramids of Giza? It's kind of like that. Just a little bit more lenient. I mean, that is fair point, Hakim. Fair point. That and walls. Because let's be real, nobody can sell a wall like that, man. Take a special kind of skill set, as Liam Neeson would say. And he is a special man with special skill set. Alright. Let's see. What do we need to do? I ain't got any either, Liz, to be honest. I'm just making jokes. It's all just for giggles, Liz. I mean, look, you almost convinced me to invest. As soon as you said that, Hakim, so you know what? You do have a knack for things. Making people do questionable decisions that they may or may not regret later. All in promise of financial gain. Well, you can't have a 100% success rate, Liz. Sometimes you gotta take a couple W's. Rather, a couple L's to get the big W's. It's not as simple as one may think. Exactly, Twilight, exactly. I'm gonna build a super yacht unlike any. It's gonna be called Titanic 3. Because Titanic 1, we all know how that went. Titanic 2 sank in the middle of Italian south coast. And my Titanic 3 is gonna be the lucky one. It's never going under. Because I'm gonna deploy a secret unit of dolphins to carry it. There's not gonna be any motor power. It's gonna be powered by sheer will. Gonna be stationary ship that will never dock, because you see, the problem with first 2 Titanics is the fact that it was swimming. I'm gonna avoid that situation altogether. What do you mean you pass, Liz? How could that be? Don't you want to be part of the history? that was actually Titanic 2. Like, I'm not joking. Like, I know I was doing a bit, but that is actually Titanic 2, and it sank on the coast of Italy. Whoever made it, I don't know. But there was a second one. Now let me tell you, it was a big ship as well. It wasn't called Titanic 2, but that son of a gun sank like nobody's business. And I believe there was a billionaire in Australia who wanted to make actual Titanic 2. And I don't know if he succeeded, but that was quite an ambitious pitch, let me tell you. Because you gotta convince quite a lot of investors, being like, look, you know that famous ship that sank with all those people that perished into the great beyond with Davy Jones? I'd like to make a second one. Listen, Liz, you coming along, and you gonna be my right-hand woman, you know, my trusty companion. We're gonna challenge the Davy Jones himself, and we're gonna uncover the depth of the ocean and see what secrets hide beyond the abyss. I can't possibly have all the glory, you have to be part of it. There we go. No, Liz, you gotta be right at the most inner locked part of the ship, the kind where you can't really get out that easily, and if you do want to get out, it's gonna be a very, very long process. In fact, if for some inexplicable reason the ship decides to suddenly combust, there's not really gonna be a way out for you. You know, you're kind of gonna go down with the ship, but that's the very unlikely circumstance that the ship is gonna sink. Which is not gonna happen, let's be real. So you have nothing to worry about. I mean, the track record speaks for itself. Don't you want to be part of the history, Liz? Come on. You will get all the tea you want, though. There's gonna be plentiful of tea, vast array of charcuterie going back and forth. The entertainment is gonna be unlike any other. Listen, Liz, you gotta be part of the history. Said history might not be the most glamorous one, but let me tell you, you gotta be known. Fine wine. No, Liz, how would I dare? And don't you worry, if ship does suddenly combust, there is a plan B. And that is to build a ship that can fly, you know? We're gonna take it out of Peter Pan's book. We're gonna employ the finest in the biz, the Captain Hook himself. And we're gonna find out how did he make that ship fly. And we're gonna make a ship fly, let me tell you. Because that's the next plan. We may or may not have to leave you in Neverland just to find out how that happened. But I feel like you're up for the task. You're just a woman for the task. And I feel like with your never-ending expertise, you'll be able to convince it. And he fought a lion and won? How is that possible? Okay, but you gotta expand. How did he even fight a lion? Was that like a duel of honor? You know, did the lion and the man decided, you know what? This is a fight that we're both gonna engage in, and may the best mammal win.
死にの槍無刀連陣
Because to be fair, that's impressive. I didn't even know you can fight a lion. Because I thought if lion got a hold of you, you're gone. That's it. But that's impressive, bare hands and all.
私の正義の全てをかけて
The same man, by any chance, has been shacked. And he just treated like a little kitten. And go a little bit too aggressive with it, you know, petting it a little bit too hard.
私の正義の全てをかけて
Ah, I see. So it wasn't like intentional. Man, that sucks, but at least the guy survived. That's good news. That's good news. Because I know that some people go out there in safari and like absolute dum-dums, just, you know, stroll around and whatnot, and agitate animals. And that's not right, but if they actually go attacked and, you know, the man had to defend himself, I feel like that's an absolute Chad right there.
神死にの槍無刀連陣
Man, that's just impressive to me because I didn't think you can physically overpower a lion. Because like lions are dang strong, like they massive cats, and just one bite from them and you gone. Like their jaw strengths and claws can probably just rip you apart, like butter. It just ain't gonna, you know, do much. Like you can't just punch and expect it to, you know, get knocked out.
全てをかけて
神死にの槍無刀連陣
鈴虫追式閻魔公私の正義の全てをかけて
Hakim,
鈴虫錦
Hakim, listen to me. Listen to me. Pull up a chair. First of all, Gorilla will treat you like a beanbag and throw you around until there's nothing but a wet puddle left after you. Second of all, a horse can kick you so hard that it will send you into medieval century. What are you talking about? Jeez Louise. The man saw a question of can 100 men beat a gorilla and saw, hold my beer? I'll take this personally. I mean, even if it's a small lion, Twilight, it's still a feat that I feel like 99.9% of human beings won't be able to accomplish. Hakim, it has hooves! What are you literally talking about? Try to dodge a horse. Like, go to a horse and try to dodge it. Do you understand how fast a horse is? Like, geez Louise, do you understand that us humans, if we don't have tools or weapons, half of the nature will demolish us. Like, we not naturally equipped to fight in a survival situation without tools. Because we don't have claws, we don't have, like, fangs, we're literally almost defenseless. Yes, but that's different. They professionals, they know what they do in Hakim, you not. Have you ever even come across a horse? yes, Twilight, that's fair, but I'm just saying from perspective of you. Like, let's say you're butt naked, fighting against a horse. What are the chances of you making it out alive? And let's say the horse just wants, you gone. Let's just say it's super aggressive, and it's not gonna, end until one of you goes out. You're not winning that fight. You just not. Because what are you gonna do? Punch it? Well, they're just gonna make it angry.
私の正義の全てをかけて
Hakeem, you watch too much National Geographic. David Attenborough ain't telling you right.
鈴虫追式閻魔私の正義の全てをかけて
Twilight. I wanna see how you're gonna use martial arts against like a gorilla. Cause let me tell you, no matter how much Wing Chun or Jiu-Jitsu you know, and this coming from somebody who has black belt in judo, you ain't gonna use martial arts to beat an animal. It just ain't happening. Cause martial arts were designed to fight against humans. In very rare cases, there's certain martial arts that train you to like actually kill and all that, like Krav Maga and all that. But you're still not gonna use it on an animal. You can go for its eyes, I guess, or like jugular and all that, but you ain't a Baki Hanma. You're not gonna fight against, as usual against a giant mammoth and win. Oof. Hakeem, I don't think you get the point. In both cases, you will be gone. Both with the bull and with the horse. That's exactly why I said, if we're just talking human body, half of the animal kingdom will just mow you down. Yes, but you gotta think how strong said legs are. Do you understand what kind of kicking power a horse has? Hakeem, I don't know what to tell you, but listen to me very carefully. If you agitate an animal by putting fingers in their eyes, they will mow you down. Like, I don't know how to stress it more. Do you know what the first cause of death back in the day from on wars was? It wasn't getting killed by enemy army. It was getting trampled by horses. The horse can just trample you under its feet. They can literally stomp on your body and you'd be gone. Oh, man.
鈴虫追式閻魔私の正義の全てをかけて鈴虫錦紅彦
Second is general. Is very generous list. Because let me tell you how that fight is gonna go. You're gonna put your guard up, and all Gorilla is gonna do is look at you, grab you, and just throw you against a wall. And that's it. That's KO right there. What each butt? Listen, Even Bruce Lee wouldn't be able to tangle with Gorilla. I'm sorry to say, Twilight. As great as that man was, there wasn't a particular set of skill set he could have unleashed to win that kind of entanglement. Ooh.
仕方がない
I respect the hustle, though. I respect the hustle.
遅くなっちゃってる遅くなっちゃってすいません紅姫
I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me, to be honest, Hakim. Early days Mike Tyson was actually insane. I mean, the man had a pet tiger. Like, come on. But I don't think even prime Mike Tyson would be able to win against Gorilla. It's like, it's a stretch. Because he might have stood a chance, Hakim. You, on the other hand, do not. In fact, none of us do. We will be merely toys for you to play with. Twilight, do you know how heavy Gorilla is? Do you seriously think you can tackle it? Because let me tell you, it ain't happening. Tackling a gorilla is like saying you're gonna throw a metal post at them, you know? Just gonna lift it from the ground and just, you know, smack it around with it. It just ain't happening. With a gun, yes, Liz, that's your only option. Maybe a sword, you know? Maybe if you're like skilled with the art of the blade, you might be able to pull it out. But let me tell you, barehanded, you're gone. You're gone. There's no survival chance. Hakim, do you seriously think you can climb on a rampaging horse or a gorilla? You seriously gonna tell me you're gonna climb a horse? The animal that people struggle with climbing when they come, you're gonna climb on rampaging horse to choke it out. And the same with gorilla. You seriously believe that? Because I wanna to hear your game plan. Tell me how exactly you would do that. I guess, Twilight, I was thinking more like, you know, man-to-man type situation. Obviously, if you have help of external tools, you'll be able to do. I mean, even our ancestors hunted mammoth, you know, with spears, so it is possible. It's not realistic with just your bare body. I do respect the confidence in you two, though, but it's just not happening. Like, I'm sorry to say, but we just not equipped to fight in an animal kingdom. The only thing we're equipped to fight with is things that are smaller than us or ourselves. Anything that's bigger than us, we dead. Like, straight up. Twilight, do you really think you can hold ransom a gorilla's child and survive that? I don't think you understand the kind of animal they are. Let alone how you would be able to bypass them to begin with and take their child. Let's say you did it. Let's say you miraculously found a way. What are you gonna do then? Do you think the gorilla is gonna be like, okay, I see you mean business. Let's negotiate. Like, what's gonna happen afterwards? Are you gonna have an in-depth discussion about your feelings and thoughts? Because if so, I'd like to see that.
遅くなっちゃって紅姫ここまで遅くなっちゃって紅姫この91紅姫戦時光天大砲遅くなっちゃって紅姫紅姫呪い血で
Look, Twilight, I don't know if that would even work remotely. Because let me tell you, all it takes for them to do is literally grab you. Like, if Gorilla puts its hands on you, there's nothing you can do. They don't have to even punch you. They can literally just squeeze you. And you're just gonna come apart like a tube of toothpaste. Listen, Liz, it's okay. Let them live in their fantasy world. It's okay. Look, in majority of cases, if you don't provoke nature, it's not gonna provoke you back. Because more times than not, the animals don't really wanna tussle with you either. I don't even know if Gorilla can get a fever. I mean, you do get a point there, Liz. I don't think intelligence is gonna do much good against a little 800-pound machine that is designed to pummel you into a meat paste. No matter how intelligent you are, I'm even, you know, the smartest of us wouldn't be able to come up with a countermeasurement, shall we say. Because in order to use said intelligence, you need to have a head on your shoulders. And let me tell you, the head is not going to remain much on your shoulders soon after getting entangled with Gorilla. It's going to be popped out like a grape. And then maybe used like a football ball. You know what, Twilight? That might be your best case scenario. You just gotta hope and pray that the gorilla you're fighting is ticklish, because if they not, man, may God have mercy upon your poor soul. May Aizen watch over you at that point.
仕方がない
I mean, the only thing about gorillas I know is that you should never look them in the eyes. Because if you look gorilla in the eyes, it's a sign of you challenging their authority. And they basically just gonna see your other threat and gonna, you know, fight you. So if you ever come across gorilla, never look it in the eyes. Look to the side and just pretend it's not there. Listen, Liz, I'm pretty sure if you're fighting gorilla, intelligence is the last thing you should be commemorated for. Because you already made quite a few bad choices to lead you to that point. Because you don't just fight gorilla out of nowhere. It's a deliberate sequence of decisions you have to make prior to said encounter. That you may or may not have made out of your own volition. And if you have, then you kind of have only yourself to blame. Twilight, I don't know what to tell you. Tarzan is not real, and neither were those gorillas. Also, those gorillas could talk. So, I don't know what to tell you. He might have used the art of deception on them. Or perhaps bridled a couple, you know, bananas here and there. But I'm sure as all get out, he didn't go full fisticuffs with them. You know, challenge them to a duel of honor for ultimate primate supremacy. I don't think that happened. Well, now you have to fight gorilla and angry Mexican woman. And which one is worse? Oh man, I didn't even notice the time. It's already 2 AM. Golly. I completely blank out what time it even was. Time sure flies when you're having fun. I think after this, I'm probably going to be around enough. That's probably a smart choice, Twilight. Couldn't blame you for that one. Because at least gorillas can take you to court. Yet. You never know. They might in the future. That's a big brain maneuver, Twilight. Big brain maneuver. I respect that.
身の程を知れ。
Cutting your losses short.
食い入るが遅くなっちゃってる。手に姫、ここまで。手に姫、千本桜。食い入るが下せぬな。遅くなの91。戦時法廷逮捕。ここまで。手に姫、食い入るが。
Alright. I mean, to be honest, Hakim looks like it passed out already, Liz, so there's not much point in doing it. And I've taken a look when I was last time visiting, and I think you're doing pretty well. I'm pretty sure we're lucky in coins, but otherwise, I thought you were doing pretty well. Liz is the kind of woman to skip the law and take matters into her own hands. I respect that, Twilight, I respect that. Never leave things to chance. Take matters into your own hands.
神死にの槍無刀連陣バイバイ
もう食らわないっす。陸上航路。
バイバイ
私の正義の全てをかけて。
神死にの槍無刀連陣
I don't know, Liz, you tell us. Are you?
挽回神死にの槍
好きだろ。
甘すぎ神死にの槍無刀連陣
私の正義の全てをかけて。
Yes. Yes, I will. In fact, I'm hoping that tomorrow, or today rather, at this point on Sunday, I'll be able to stream it. Because I wanted to give it a shot. I heard the game was pretty fun, and I know we have quite a few people actually playing it. So I will try it out, see how it goes. Listen, Liz, if you're fighting a gorilla, logic goes outside the window at that point. I don't know, Liz, you tell me. Was it? That's for you to decide if for us to find out. Okay, so we got that. Unlocked all the deploys now. Very nice. Just make sure I did all the daily stuff. Well, I have 2 weeks vacation, Twilight. So for the next 2 weeks, I'm relatively free. I have some stuff going on next week here and there, but for the most part, I will be relatively free. And I was considering just giving it a shot because, as I said, I was looking forward to playing it and witnessing the story and all that, because I never played the actual Arknights game. So there will be a brand new experience for me. I'm sure the people who play that game probably know all the lore already, but I'm going in blind. So that's probably going to be fun. Yeah, I don't know about that, Liz. Diplomatic and you, I don't know if that goes together. You see, what did I say? What did I say? Just contradicting yourself straight away. This is not a very diplomatic woman's thing to say, you know? It's not the kind of justice warrior I expected you to be, Liz. Okay, I think everything is sorted here. Pretty sure. Yeah, okay. That's fine. think the last thing we have to do is this. And after that we will be done. Wait, hold up. Go. There we go. Okay, so we go that. Balance, huh? I see, I see. Is that what you call it nowadays? Okay, 2 cats. Gotta do it 2 more times. No, Twilight, it was because I didn't take vacation all year round and I had like 10 days left, so I had to take them. Otherwise it would expire. So, you know, I did what any sane, capable individual would do, and that is just take them. Because why wouldn't I? I was thinking of going somewhere, but I was like, I don't really want to. So I didn't. That's the first time I'm hearing that, Liz. But you will be my spiritual sensei that day. So we'll see how that goes. There we go. Okay, and that's sorted. Pretty sure that's all of them. Alright, I need to upgrade all of this stuff. Upgrade to the max. There we go. Alright. I'm pretty sure we did everything we needed to do today. Let's just collect the rewards here. Yeah, that's all sorted. Alright. So, let me just check is their stamina. Okay, you know what? Just to go on style, let's do one more stamps farm, and after that we'll call it a day. Ah, I see. So many choices, so little time. I'm gonna go with a mafia boss, you know? And wouldn't Raphael be the merman, not mermaid? Come on, Liz, get your terminology straight. I'm gonna need you to prep the action plan for my eternal quest of finding love in deep space. Because I'm a busy man, so I have to do it fast. I like quick, decisive actions. Remove all the frills and all the pretense.
むし追識縁も私の正義の全てをかけて鈴虫錦紅彦行くぞ
I mean, I just went from your description, Liz. I need to meet said gentleman to make my final choice. Alright, let's see if we can get something decent going. Can we end the stream on a high note? Let's see. HP was good substats, unfortunately. I haven't Twilight and I will not. I'd like it to remain a mystery. But only Liz is aware. Ah, shoulder jacket. Now we're talking, Liz. Now you're selling me. Now I'm invested. Because shoulder jackets are my only weakness. As everybody knows. Alright. Let me just quickly recycle this stuff. Alright, and with that being said, guys, I think I'll call it a day. It was quite an eventful journey today. We had ups, we had downs, we had more downs. We went philosophical, went deep, went existential. And most importantly, we had fun. Hopefully. I will be back at some point today, probably about 3 PM after I wake up, have my nutritious and delicious meal, contemplate my life choices for about 3 hours, and then come back here to entertain you all yet again and have a good time. Tomorrow, or today rather, but a little bit later, we gonna be playing basically Arknights Enfield, testing out their game, and see if we enjoy it. If yes, we're gonna add it to our repertoire, if you will. Excuse my French. And yeah, we'll go on from there. So have a good evening, everyone. Have a good night. And I'll see you all later. Until then, take care. And bye-bye.